Hello. Immediate Mass Effect music. I almost forgot to set that up. I loaded the game and it was way too quiet. I don't like quiet. Quiet bad. So, we're going to continue right where we left off on Monday. Again, we are running a card store, which again, one of the goals is to have nice, affordable cards for everyone. Again, the joke is, the running thing is we're on the Citadel, in a part of the Citadel that looks like old Earth. And we're just selling some cards. We checked all the prices last time, so I think they're good. Anyway, another goal of this playthrough is to collect all the cards. Now, as you can see, we have 270 cards out of 1,452. That hurts. That hurts a little bit. But to be fair, we didn't open up any cards on Monday until the very end of stream. And that's kind of my goal. I might not wait until the end of stream every time, because that's a lot of time of just not opening cards. But basically, I want to get to the point where the shop can not only fund itself, but also fund our card collecting. And I don't think we're quite there yet. I actually do need to buy one of these and one of these. Also, we're not, as you can see, we're not carrying everything. Trying to carry everything is a bit much in this game. I have done a playthrough off stream a while ago where I carried everything, and it was just, it was very annoying to have to keep track of. Because like I said, in a normal scenario, if you, any kind of retail shop, there are items that are slow movers. You buy like a box and you never have to buy it again for like a year. Or it's something maybe you can even just buy in singles. And you buy like 3 to fill the shelf, like this little part of a shelf, and you sell like 1 every 6 months. That's normally how this works. Obviously the cards are fast movers. They're the whole point. Like in a hobby type shop, card packs move very fast. Plushies, probably not. But then you have stuff like board games and dice and play mats. That's a weird one. Or binders. How often? I mean, usually you only need 1 binder and you're good, right? Especially if it's the same binder as this that can somehow magically hold like 10,000 cards. Then you only need 1. It's going to be a slow mover. At least eventually. Obviously, when you first get it, it might sell pretty well, but after that, it's like everyone has one. Well, in this game, as far as I'm aware, the way it works, every like certain amount of weeks, there are certain items. I believe it's supposed to be 8, although it might have changed since then. 8 items were added to a list that customers want. Which is why you'll have times where someone comes in and buys like 10 of these, which are just cheap plastic sleeves for cards. Or they'll come in and buy like, I've had people come in and buy like 5 of the same starter deck, which doesn't make any sense. Not really. I can think of like a few instances where that might happen. Maybe you want to make other decks and the starter deck comes with a lot of those cards, so it's like more price efficient to buy those. Or you're buying them for your friends. But it's like, why not buy different ones? Why'd you buy 5 of the same one? It's just how the game works. It isn't like realistic in that sense. So I can't do like, oh, these are slow movers, so they can just sit there. I don't have to worry about them too much, and I can focus on the fast movers. That doesn't really work. That could be a week where all the weird stuff I have barely any room on the shelf for is the stuff people want, and I have to keep ordering it. And so we're only gonna do certain things: cards, plushies, the binder. When I unlock it. In fact, I might have actually... Did I unlock the binder? The first one? I did. I'm not going to get it just yet because it's kind of expensive to unlock. I'm on the fence about some things. I think I might just stick with the regular clear sleeves. They're just simple. I actually prefer these. I like to be able to see the whole card. Even the back, even if the back looks the same on every card. I just always preferred these. Dice... maybe later. But again, like boxes and like playmats I think is just a trap. There's so many of them. And then you have the manga. Like, there could be another store for that. And again, I made the joke of like, oh, what if we just have like an online store that we don't deal with. We have a silent partner that does like the extended universe stuff like the manga. As far as the plushies are, as far as I go. No amiibos and no like super expensive, like 2 feet tall figures. Just the plushies are nice. Oh, I thought there was going to be more than just one in there. I should probably order that too. We're getting kind of low. Since there is shipping in this game, it's kind of like, I mean, it isn't a lot. It's $5, so I don't mind doing that. I was gonna say some games like this do quite a bit of shipping, so it incentivizes you to do like bulk orders rather than just do like one at a time, which would be realistic. I mean, this would be great in real life. You own a store like this and you can order stuff and it just gets here immediately. Completely unrealistic, but hey. All right. On to day 17. So we got 16 days done the first stream. Oh, that hurts just a little bit. All right, we need to make some money. We are fully stocked. I'm almost high enough level to get these boxes. When we do, we'll have a nice 3 full shelves. I'll also get another plushie at some point so we can have 3 shelves of plushies. And that'll be good. We're also saving money on making the store bigger. If I'm only carrying certain things, we don't need to have the space bigger. I do want to unlock this for the play area. I know the play area, if you're trying to min-max this game, the play area is not good. Because for every player that's sitting down playing, it's less people spawning in as customers. Also, selling individual cards has the same problem. You can make some money, but I think I read that it like interfered with the customer spawn. It's also very difficult to keep up with it because it sells out so quickly, and then you'll have people come in and look at it empty and be like, nope, don't like this, and just leave. Also, our purpose of this playthrough is to collect cards. Why would I sell them? Eventually, this game is going to have an update where you can grade your cards. And I'm hoping the best case scenario is the cards will get a grade retroactively. Or if we have like 5 of one good, rare, expensive card, it will... Wow, this guy's buying a lot. All 5 of those rares, in this example, will get different grades. We can grade all 5 of them. Worst case scenario, you have to start a new playthrough. Or just get new cards. Like all the old cards you have get no grade, or they all just get like the same average grade, whether it's like 5 or 7, depending on the scale. I'm leaning towards the idea that they're going to get them retroactively. So it's a good idea to keep everything I get. No, smelly. No. Thank you. We're also very close to unlocking the next decontamination device, as I like to call them in this game. That way we don't have to worry about the space smell. Hey, people coming in from outer space, it smells out there. One pack, huh? All right. Wow, we already sold a giant chunk of stuff. Now hold on a second. Isn't there a shelf I can buy that has... See, this only has 3. I think the doubles have 4. Yeah, I see. I like the double shelves because they have 4 shelves. That's nice. That way I can do 2 with boxes and 2 with packs. I like that combination. The problem is they're double shelves. I like these shelves to be against the wall. I wish there was an option for against the wall shelves that had 4. It kind of drives me nuts that I have to use the double shelves just to be able to get an extra shelf on the bottom. I'm tempted to eventually buy them and still put them against the wall and just not even use the other side. We'll see. There's other options too. I could just have one shelf of packs. I mean, packs, you can fit a lot on a shelf. It might make sense to put 2 shelves of boxes. Or since I don't have to carry everything, I could have one shelf of nothing but packs and one shelf of nothing but boxes. That works too. Oh, you want to trade? Get at her. You really want to trade me a 15-cent card? Smelly. Oops. Got that space stink. I guess their ship doesn't have proper decontamination. Oh, yeah, $1,000. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Good. Oh, another reason to have multiple rares. You can trade them. That person wanted to trade me for another card that I'm pretty sure I had only had one of, so. Another reason to keep all your doubles, which is what I used to do when I collected Pokemon cards and sports cards. You keep your doubles. So when someone is like, hey, I see you need this card. You're like, oh, I'll trade you for this. See, they want me to just, it's a $2 card. Oh, hello. How do you pronounce? I'm very bad at pronouncing long Twitch names, especially when they're a combination of words. My brain doesn't do a good job of putting the correct spaces in. Like I'll see a combination of 3 words and it looks like it's just like a different language to me, and they point it out and I'm like, oh, now I see it. Yes, welcome to cards. The goal of this playthrough is to collect every card. That's why I'm keeping the shop simple. No. I need to get I want a bunch of money saved up before I start trading. While trading is good, obviously, to get cards that you need, I'd rather... Wait, what is wrong? Oh, it's just like the draw distance. I'd rather get some nice money going first. My next investment, again, since I'm not carrying everything, might be to get double the shelf space and then do all packs, all boxes, all packs, all boxes, or just do pack, box, box. I'm not sure which way I want to do it yet. It would be a good investment and a time saver. Well, we can afford this now. Ding, ding. We also need 1 box of those. I should probably get 2 boxes, or... Oh, I did unlock this. Good. Good. We can do 1 box of these. Man, these plushies are selling like crazy. I wouldn't have considered the plushies to be fast movers. Although they are cheap. I do have the 2 cheapest plushies. No! How are you all getting in here? Let go. Let go. There you go. We are getting to the point where I might need an employee. As you can see, we're getting a lot of customers now. And I'm having a hard time ringing up the customers and like trying to figure out what I want to do with the store. Even if the person is super slow, it might be worth getting a cashier. Uh, 23 cents. Get out of here. As much as I would like to say that I should put like a limit, like a minimum, like five pack limit. I'm not going to do that. People want to come in and buy 1 pack, that's fine. People want to do their 1 pack a day thing for fun, sure. But for trying to trade me cards, please don't try to trade me a card that's worth 10 cents. Up. All right, how much are these? 52.76. 53 is more than fair. I can easily do 54. Like I said, we're trying to make things nice and affordable for people. I would love to collect Pokemon cards again, but they've just gotten expensive. And there's always those times where they get super popular and they go up in price and scalpers are a thing, and yeah. Up. I believe making the store bigger also might increase the amount of customers that can spawn. So even if I don't use up all the space, it might be worth making the store bigger just to get a couple more people to spawn every day. Maybe. I also think I have to make the store somewhat bigger before I can unlock that. Let me take a look. Where are you? I think they added some. Oh, there it is. Shop B. Oh, I can already unlock it. Okay. Costs 5,000. I don't know. I might keep my store nice and small and cozy. If I make this bigger, I can actually put the play area in here and then maybe use that as my office where I open up all my cards. That's where I just store the boxes. I don't like that when you have an employee that stocks, if you have it set to have them stock from boxes on the floor, if I get a bunch of boxes that I want to open, they'll start pulling from them. But if I don't have that setting, they won't stock properly. They would only stock from a shelf. Which is fine, but when I do the order, they won't help me put it away. Probably. Yes, this is why I need more box space. It just goes so fast. Because you can only fit 8 of them. Oh, it's almost closing time. I'll mess with the logistics then. We can do a couple more days of just sell stuff to get some income, and then we can mess with stuff. Like the idea of making the shelves, getting twice as many shelves. You can also sell your old shelves now, so that's good. Yes, I'd like to buy your 10-cent card. Okay, would you please? Oops. Why? See, this is what I mean. Someone might come in and buy like 1 million of something that's supposed to be a slow mover. Yay, we're closed. Get out. Yeah, I did that because I knew at least one of them would probably buy something. All right, let's think. I don't have a lot of money, but we can do something here to make this easier. I might just buy 3 more of these shelves and have all 6 of them just on this entire wall. The plushies can either fit in the corner. I actually thought about getting another shelf for the plushies too. Maybe actually, I mean, I could get a shelf per plushie. Again, since I'm not carrying everything, I can like double or even triple up on space for them. Like shelf of pig, shelf of this thing. Once again, I wish the shelves had 4 instead of 3 shelves to them. Let's see what we can do here. I need to be level 18 for this, so I don't have to save money for that just yet. Again, I wish buying half of this was an option, so I could have the 4. I mean, theoretically, if I wanted to move some stuff around, I could move this to this corner, and then I could put a bunch of double shelves in. But then I'd have no use for these. Okay. Let's do this. Ow, my money. And then we're going to move this. Now, should I do pack, 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 box, box, box? Or should I do pack, box, pack, box? I kind of like keeping them organized by the kind of pack they are. Yeah, we can do that. So let's move all this stuff here for now. Door. All right, that'll be the box shelves. Cool. And just so the price tag is there to let me, just to remind me, I'll do that there. Do, do, do. Okay. Oops. Okay. And then we're gonna have to move this stuff over a little bit. Well, I could probably just put it on the shelf. Yep. Yeah, the plushies are moving so fast. If this had 4, I'd like it way better. I do like my even amounts. But I could do one of these per plushie. Is this just an empty box? Why do I have this? Okay. And there we go. I did it in the wrong order. That's not bad. And I could put plushies maybe like over... Well, this is the corner I like to kind of throw stuff. Where should the plushies go? If I'm going to have 1 shelf per plushie and there's 4 of them, well, eventually this will be the play area. So plushies could be like on this wall. So with some other stuff. For now... Yeah. How many of these can I fit here? Actually, I think I can fit 4 here. Though this might just be the wall for a while. I mean, it's a very simple setup, but it works. And I can actually put some of these play tables kind of in the middle here. And just go down here. Like, one could go here. This is a nice little area for a play table. All right. Now we can order stuff to fill in the gaps. I'm not going to be able to afford to fill everything. Not right now. but we'll get what we can. Come on. Especially these. These are a little expensive. Yeah, we're already up to like half my money. I'd like to hang on to some just in case. Also, I need to buy plushies again. Oh, man, plushies are expensive. Ew. Turn off that one. But we will have a lot of stock to sell. Okay. What if I do this? Since I do have more pig plushies now. Yeah, we'll do that. So, yeah, the goal right now is to make some money. We're gonna have to spend the next several days just making the money, because I like what we did to the store, but we have $200 right now. All right, I like it. We just need to sell a lot now. Here comes that nice profit of negative. Yeah. I did buy 3 shelves. And more product. So. I forgot to buy those again. I always, just because they're over here in this corner, I always forget to buy these. They're actually good sellers. They're cheap. I mean, not exactly a profit maker, but I need to check prices too. I don't want to scare anyone away with a bad price, but I also don't want to, you know, lose money on selling something that's worth more. Oh! See, they heard I got some more in stock. Got $45 worth of just cheap, thin plastic sleeves. Have fun. Have fun. Oh, hello. $129. Good start to the day. It's only 9 a.m. and we're already making some money. Also, the algorithm works in this game. I'm pretty sure the more of the same product you have on the shelf, the more they'll buy. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I forgot to turn that off. Get out of here. Okay. Yeah, just like mathematically, since there's more packs on the shelf now, they'll buy more. So I think splitting them up like this is a good idea. Yes, buy everything. As much as I would like to hire someone to do this, it would leave me with not a lot to do at this point. So I think we're still good. We're not to the point where I can afford to open cards all day. Which is where this is going. We'll eventually get to the point where we have several employees, and I'll just be able to open cards all day. Alright, I probably should have done this earlier. That's fine. That's a little... Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That's good. That's pretty good. Okay. Oh, uh-huh. I don't know why I do it that way sometimes. I just do. $46. Oh, you want to trade me a 10-cent card? It's a little more than that. No, I'm good. I can't afford yet. Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. Ooh. Someone's doing a pack opening stream. Or as a reseller. In which case, get out of here. Went straight for the plushies. Oh, I forgot to check the price on those. Move! That's fair. I'm out of these, so. Nope. You'll notice that I end up upping the price by the same amount every time, which doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't. Like, if an item costs $3 and you're willing to go 50 cents over market value, but if an item costs $50, why would you do the same thing? Like, oh my, what are you doing? Like, you have so many of these. But like, it's a percentage thing. An extra 50 cents on a $3 item is quite a bit. An extra 50 cents on a $50 item is not. I need to do it percentage-wise to make it fair. For whatever reason, in my head, it's always like the same amount every time, which doesn't work. Like, this is like a quarter above, and this is like $1.90 above. See, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. This is only like 10 cents more, and this is like 80 cents more. So again, makes sense. Actually, that's perfect. What these boxes have 8 packs in them. So if one pack is 10 cents higher than market value, this should be 80 cents higher. I should also start using just the buttons. So you do market price, 10%, and then just like a nice well-rounded number close to that, which means I would just go down to $3.75. Whoopsie. Ooh, lots of packs. Variety, too. Alright, I can afford to actually buy stuff now. Buy 2 of these. One of those should get the job done. One of the big ones. Can I afford the big one of this yet? Oh, I can get it. Good. And I can only get the small one of these, so I have to get 3 of them. Ouch! Ouch, 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 ouch. But this will make... I forgot to buy plushies. Whatever, they're expensive. I need to buy more of them. I just like seeing the shelf full. Ooh, hello. Not too many things, but it's the most expensive set we have, so. Okay, game, please. 0.25, thank you. My mouse is starting to get old. It will occasionally double click, which is why sometimes things like that happen. One of the most annoying things about an accidental double-clicking mouse is I was playing... Sometimes I go through this phase where I play Age of Empires 4 matches with other people against AI, just for fun. And when I try to select, like, one unit to move, like a worker, if it double-clicks, it selects all workers, or all the kind of that unit. So then when I go to click and move them, it moves all of them. Like, cool. All my workers that were working farms and getting wood now just moved. Now I have to make them go to the right jobs again. The annoying thing are the farms, because you have to, like, individually put a worker on each farm if you accidentally move them. Oops. Forgot this is the bigger box. Why are there so many stinky people today? What's happening? And the game is telling me, get the thing. I'm trying to wait for the level 18 one because it's better. Oops. Poor plushies. That one plushie's just sitting there alone. Let's get you some friends. Of course, the second I get him some friends, he gets sold. Sure. Pre-con prep work. What would that entail? That would be enough to get them like a sweaty workout. Oh, hello. Hello, boxes. Also, I am well aware that damn. Oh, this is actually not that bad of a trade, but I have no extra of these. So, when it says your album has 0, it means that you only have 1. I think. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. I think. It wouldn't ask me to trade a card. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it means. Or they were asking for a card I don't have. I'm pretty sure this game updated to where, see how it says 2 here? I'm pretty sure I have 3 of these. It's just in the album, it only shows 2 because that's how many extras you have. I'm not sure now. Did they fit? No. Okay, I know what it is. When you're putting cards on the card table to be sold, I believe the number goes down by 1. So you don't sell your only card of it. I think that's how it works. So I actually do have 2 of these. So I think they were asking for a card I don't have. Well, maybe I can find. Let's test that theory. Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, okay, I don't have it. It would have been in here. I believe they were asking for like a hollow full art version of this or something. I don't have it. So people can ask for a trade for cards you don't even have. That's annoying. As the owner of the card store, I would definitely post what cards I have. That way people would know what to ask for trade. Like looking for and for trade. Packing supplies. Get a hotel room or not. Well, again, like there's also the other flip side of it. Places will complain about like, oh man, people smell at these conventions. Yeah, but does your convention offer air conditioning in the summer? Or did you just cheap out and get a warehouse that has no air conditioning and then just cram 1,000 people into it? What do you expect? If like my place is sufficiently air conditioned, as someone who hates hot weather, trust me, my place is weather controlled. It's temperature controlled. It is a comfortable 68 to 70 kind of. I think it depends. I think it fluctuates there. Also, again, if we're on the Citadel, every building would have proper temperature control anyway. But just from a real life perspective, yes, I'd want to have my business to be as comfortable as possible. I wouldn't want people to come in on a hot day and just be like, oh, it's like even hotter in here because of the windows and there's no like air circulation. I don't want it. No, we're not doing that. I want to have that feeling when someone comes in on a hot day, they're just like, you get blasted by a bunch of cold air immediately. It's a good start. Or like going to the movies on a hot day. Remember back when, places had less AC, it was more likely your home wouldn't have central air. And no, I'm not talking about like the 40s. I just like even in the 90s, some houses didn't have central air. Some still don't. I mean, it also depends on where you live. But there were times where as a kid, it's like, hey, it's kind of a hot weekend. Let's go see a movie. Because movie theaters were just known for being, cold. Like a nice, comfortable, cold theater. Another thing was amusement parks. Look, I am not a huge fan of amusement parks. I never was. When I was younger, I used to live near one. I lived near. I wasn't gonna say what it was because it would like dox me. Because there's only like one of them, I think. It's like Six Flags. I think there actually might be only one of these. But I haven't lived there since I was like 12, so I think it's fine. I used to live somewhat near King's Dominion. There's only one of those, right? I think there's only one of those. Maybe not now, but I'm pretty sure there was back then. And it was so hot. I remember going there for quote unquote fun in the summer. And for whatever reason, those places always use like black asphalt as their walking paths. And all I remember is just walking, being sweaty and miserable. And the sun is like hitting that black asphalt, making it hotter. And you could smell it. It's hot when it's so hot, the sun hitting the asphalt, it makes it smell like it's fresh asphalt. It's like melting the top layer. And it's like the floor is like, it's like slightly sticky. It's like, yeah, it's hot. Yeah, we're good. But there were a few rides that were air conditioned, and that's where you go. They had a monorail for a while until they got rid of it. That was the best place to go in the summer. You could ride the monorail and look at animals. They got rid of that pretty early on when I was there. I can see like having like a whole safari area would be super annoying to have to maintain. That would be annoying. But the monorail was air conditioned, so it's like, oh, perfect. There was also, I remember the time where they got this new immersive NASCAR ride, where the seats you sit in move. I know that's not a big deal now, but in the early 90s, it was a big deal. The idea of like an immersive ride where the seats move in combination with what's happening on the screen. That was not very common then. It was also air conditioned. We would go on that ride, not because it was that good. I'm not really a fan of NASCAR, but it was just nice and air conditioned. So you go in there just for that. There was also an arcade area that was air conditioned. That was nice. King's Dominion also had at the time one of like the oldest roller coasters ever. It was so old and rickety. Part of the fun of the ride was how unstable it was. Like, it was quote unquote safe, but it was just so old. Even when you're on a straightaway, it would just kind of like rock back and forth slightly. I believe it was called the Scooby-Doo. It was like the first roller coaster they had there. Because remember, King's Dominion is a Hanna-Barbera thing. So that's why they had Scooby-Doo stuff. They eventually got a Nickelodeon section. That was right before I moved. Okay, hello. Hello, personal space. Where are you? But like a year before I moved, they got this really cool Nickelodeon section. And they also introduced a water park. They didn't have that before. And some of it was Nickelodeon based. Which is fun. Being a 90s kid, that's what I watched. I didn't have Cartoon Network. I didn't have the Disney Channel. I had Disney movies, but knowing that those two places were in Florida and California, I was like, I'm never gonna get to go there. I wonder how much that place has changed since then. It was always kind of on the old side when I was there, like in the early 90s. Like I said, it had that old roller coaster. A lot of its rides were like fairly old. If you were to have a list of like the top most like advanced, kind of rides at theme parks, I doubt there were any there. But as it was getting to like the mid 90s, I moved in 96. Or no, I moved in 98. Once we were getting to the late 90s, it was starting to get better. Again, you had that whole new, like they increased the size. They didn't just replace stuff. Like the size of the park got bigger. And they introduced the whole Nickelodeon section. And it was one of the coolest things about it was they had like they had a couple like big screen TV projector things, like playing episodes of stuff, and it introduced some cool rides, and again, the water park section. You had some cool restaurants that were like themed. It was fun. It was too bad it was there for like a year before I moved. Hi, Jolie. I'm pretty sure the Scooby-Doo roller coaster closed down not too long after I moved. I would still go on it. I really don't like roller coasters. I like going fast. It's a fun feeling. What I don't like is falling. So the part of the roller coaster that just goes like, you know, forward is fine. I didn't like the part that had the big drop. Again, speed good. A giant drop bad. And the Scooby-Doo, like, because it was so old, it had the one kind of big opening drop like most roller coasters have. But after that, there wasn't much of a drop. It was just like some turns. Which again, that thing was old, so it was like, it felt like you were just gonna fly off the track. What did you get? Oh, you got Tally Love. I hate that emote. Oh, you got Rando Shepherd. Hey, what's going on? It's because I don't like it. Because I made it. That's why it's bad. Obviously didn't make the tally picture, but I made the crappy looking heart. I also hate the smile one too. I made them intentionally bad. They're only in the Discord server. Oh, you got Assuming Direct Control. That's my old GIF alert for hosting, which doesn't exist anymore. Remember hosting? Why did they get rid of hosting? I mean, you can auto do it now. It kind of still works. There is like auto hosting, but it never works on my channel, ever. Ever since they introduced the whole auto host thing with that list, it does work some places, some channels I've been to, when they're offline, just like checking something. They were like, hey, while we're offline, check out this stream. It has never once worked for my channel. I tried to fix it, but I just couldn't get it to fix. So I was, whatever. Ooh. Also, I was just like, oh, but what about my host alerts that I spent time making? Oh. I did think of bringing back the GIF alerts as some other kind of alert. I'm not sure what. If I use the Twitch alert system, I mean, I guess it would work either way. Well, if I use the Twitch alert system with the channel point redeems, I could have channel point redeems that play them. That could be something. Or even just like cheers. Like a lot of people do a cheer system where certain amounts do certain things. It's a good way to have variation in your alerts. Oh wow, those got destroyed. Hold on, what do I need? We could use some stock. We could use some stock. One of you. God, two of you. And one of you. Three of you, since I can't get the big box yet. And one of you. Yeah, we're kind of okay on that. Oh, mine just doesn't work. It never did. From the very first day they did that, it's never worked. I'll put people on the list. I still have them on the list just because if you click on a thing, like when someone's streaming, if you go to like, you know how you can flip it to be like the About Me section and stuff, there's one of those screens has it where if you scroll down, you can see like a list of people's streams or channels. It's like, hey, you should check out these people. It's the same list that would prioritize hosting. But again, doesn't work on my channel for some reason. You know what else I'd like here that I didn't get? Stream streaks. Stream streaks have been in beta for like 2 years. I know people that have had stream streak for I think about 2 years, and I think it's still in beta. Could I have that, please? I'm one of the few people I know, like out of all the people I know that stream, like more people have it than not that I know. It's like, can I have it, please? Yeah, I could set up variations. All right, so let's see if we can play a memory game here. What were they? My original follow was the Udina Punch. That's a classic. Then I changed it to the Admiral Hackett little speech when they're fighting Sovereign at the end of Mass Effect 1. I believe I had it set to be a variation, though. It would play that one or the Udina one. The raid one... What was the raid one? Oh, the raid one was just the end of 2. Where it's the same voice line that plays now. But you would see, it was just like, you see all the Reapers, and it would play the music during that scene. Host was the end of 1, where you fight Sovereign. What else was there? Subscribing was the fleet near the end of 3. Then I had some ones that were just Final Fantasy and Pokemon. Oh, the subscriber for Final Fantasy was Waka with a blitzball on his head. the happy blitzball scoring a goal. I remember that. And the raid was the Chocobo thing. So you think you can ride this Chocobo. Alright, it's almost closing time. I'll wait until closing time to stock up. Get out of here. I don't want to trade. Not yet. Oh, going back to King's Dominion, I think it was like right before the Nickelodeon. I think it was like during the Nickelodeon stuff when it was like finally like popping in there. There was a really fun restaurant. Again, there were some fun like themed places. One of the oldest ones was one themed on Smurfs, but it was like a truck. It was like a food truck, and you'd eat like at tables outside of it. And they were Smurf shaped fries with cheese on top, with like nacho cheese on top. I remember those. You could also get some kind of like smoothie or Slurpee or something that was blue. Again, Smurf. But eventually when like that was like the oldest part of King's Dominion. You could tell that King's Dominion had gotten bigger since then, because this was kind of like in the middle of the park. It had gotten bigger around it. That was like the old downtown part of the park. That was right next to the Scooby-Doo roller coaster. It had a water park for like a year, which again was kind of depressing. It didn't have a water park the entire time, and then after, I knew I was moving in like a year at that point, and then they got a water park. Like, oh. And most of it was Nickelodeon themed, which was cool. It was a nice park because it was new. I mean, they just built it. Again, there were like big screen TVs everywhere that would like play Nickelodeon things, and like you could have like announcements and stuff. There were live shows with I don't think they had any live animals. It wasn't like SeaWorld, but it was some kind of live like on stage Nickelodeon thing. What else was there? But one of the restaurants I loved going to. Does anyone here remember the Busy World of Richard Scarry? They had a restaurant themed around that. And it was actually really nice. It was a super nice brand new building. Inside it was like nice and clean and comfortable. It had nice central air, so it was nice, like, you know, cold during the summer when it's hot outside. The food was actually good. I used to get their French bread pizza. That was good. And they would play episodes of The Busy World of Richard Scarry, which was a little... I was a little too old for it, right? Like, Busy World of Richard Scarry was kind of like Nick Jr. stuff. But the restaurant itself was so awesome. Because it was like, again, it was like so nice inside, and it was just a brand new building that we would go there to eat. And being able to watch a cartoon while you eat as a kid is still fun. Even if it's kind of like a little too, you know, like the age that it's for is a little too young for me. It's just like, it's still like I still get to watch a cartoon while I eat pizza in a nice air-conditioned new building while it's hot outside. I'll take it. I'm trying to remember some of the characters in Busy World. Lowly the Worm. Is Magilla Gorilla? Is that show, or is that a Hanna-Barbera thing? I don't remember. No, Magilla Gorilla I think is Hanna-Barbera. What was the... I don't remember, man. I have so many like random memories in my brain. They all mix together. All right. But yeah, I have fond memories of that place just because it was a nice place to eat. Oh, that was perfect. That was perfect. And that monorail thing that I mentioned, that was only there for, I think, like the first year I was able to go there. I went to King's Dominion from like 91 to like 96, like on and off, because I lived close enough to it to where we could, like, it's like, hey, you want to go to King's Dominion? Like, okay. But I remember that monorail thing was like, it was nearing its end. I barely remember it, which means I was definitely younger. The most annoying thing, though, because it was an area, it was like a safari area with animals. I remember one time it was pouring rain outside, and we were in the monorail to kind of escape that. Normally you go in there to escape the heat, but this was like, hey, it's raining a lot. Let's just ride the monorail until it stops raining. One of the animals decided to take a nap on the track, so we couldn't move. It's not like you can send someone outside to make them move. There's like lions and stuff out there. It's like you can't really send someone outside to be like, shoo. You'd think they have a contingency for that. Like the monorail would have like a built-in horn or something that could like scare them off a little bit. But maybe they did, and they just got used to it. I don't know. But we had to sit there for a while because it wouldn't move. Like, yeah, this is fun. Maybe that's part of the reason why they got rid of it. It just kept happening. There was also this really cool way of getting around the map. They had these, what are those things called? Sky carts? Like the thing where you have like the system where you can get into a cart and it takes you like halfway across the place and you get to like look at everything from up top. That was that's a cool idea for a theme park. You can see like all the rides from up top. You see like all these cool things you can't normally see to get from one side of the map to the other. They actually mapped the area quite nicely too. Like as a kid, it was fun to look at the map of the area because you had like, it's like any theme park, you have like sections. You know, you had like the old Hanna-Barbera section kind of in the middle. But then like, towards the outside, you have like all these areas to go to. Which, why are you still here? You know, the sad thing is, I've only been to Six Flags, I believe it was Six Flags, once in my life, and I was miserable. This was when I lived in a place for 2 years where I was pretty isolated. Not only where I lived there, we were in the middle of nowhere, but I knew we were moving in 2 years. So I was like, I really didn't bother to make friends because I was just like, we're moving in 2 years. Why would I bother? So it was just like a nice 2 years of isolation. And I kind of became way more introverted and way more like that kind of I don't want to go outside attitude. And my parents like dragged me to Six Flags. Normally you wouldn't have to drag your kid to Six Flags, but I was just like, I don't want to go. Like I legitimately don't want to go. But they took me and I was just miserable the whole time. The only thing I remember from that trip was there was an area of like foods around the world area where every section of that food area was from a different country. And I remember the German one because we ate there. Lots of meats. That's all I remember. Of course, the one thing I remember from that trip is food. Of course it is. I was just miserable. There are so many times I went on vacation as a kid and I just didn't want to go because of where we were going. Like most of the time I went to the beach. I didn't want to go to the beach. I don't like the ocean. I don't really swim that well, but if I do, I want to be in a pool, not the ocean. I don't like the ocean. I don't like sun. I don't like hot weather. It's just like nothing's good here for me. The only two positive things I can say about going to the beach as a kid was one, the indoor pool at the hotel. When it got later in the day, they would take me down to the indoor pool of the hotel and I would swim in there. Yes, I was the person who went to the indoor pool at the beach. Just kind of weird. Also, having the sliding glass door open on the balcony at night was cool. Because it was comfortable outside. It was like 50 degrees, comfortable, slight breeze, the sound of the ocean, and like the smell of it. That's fine. I like that. I was the kid / just person who at the beach, their favorite time was spent in the hotel room or the hotel in general. That's very typical for me. The most fun I had at the beach was being in a hotel. Of course. Oh, also, during that 2-year period, we went camping 3 times. Want to guess my favorite part of camping? Leaving. The drive home. That was the best part of camping. I hated it. I hated every second of it. I am not a nature person. I'm allergic to stuff. My parents took me camping in the summer when it was hot. I've always gotten like sunburnt easily. When I was a kid, I used to get like heat exhaustion all the time because I would just play outside for hours at a time. And like an idiot child, I would not drink anything. I got dehydrated all the time. And it's just like, oh, I know what we can do. Let's bring him camping. Yay. There's just I can't think of a single good thing about it. I'm trying to. I got nothing. Okay, I have one thing. Sleeping in the tent was kind of fun. Just because it was a change of pace. That's it. Would I rather have been in a hotel? Or like a cabin or something? Yes. But sleeping in the tent was at least, like, interesting. And it wasn't that uncomfortable. We had a big tent. We got one of those big tents that has the 2 side things that can, like, fold up. So plenty of room. The tent had a built-in floor, so we didn't have to worry about, like, you know, like, the nasty natural ground or anything. It was just, like, a sealed thing. The times where it was raining at night, we were in a tent, so didn't have to worry about it. Waterproof tent. No, this was just, it was also boring because we had nothing planned. It wasn't like go camping. The camping area we went to had a lake. It was essentially a camping area that was like around a lake in the middle. But it's not like we went fishing or anything. We didn't go on the lake once. We didn't go on the lake. We didn't fish in the lake. And we were just there. There was nothing to do. It was boring. Every day I spent just like walking around the area of the tent like, okay, I guess this is nature. Cool. Like we had nothing planned. There was like no activities. It was just boring. It's one of the things where the adults would sit around just like drinking beer and like doing a cookout where the kids are just like, this sucks. Like this is boring. That also doesn't help. I'm an only child. And a lot of the friends my dad had from work didn't have kids because they were in the army, and a lot of army people just didn't have kids. They were not married, or they were and didn't have kids or didn't have kids yet. So 2 times I went camping, I was the only kid there. 1 time there were 2 others, but I didn't know them. And at that point, I was like self-isolating for 2 years since I knew we were moving. So it's just like I'd lost my social skills at that point. I was just like, hey, okay then, like, bye. I'm gonna go sit in this corner. I mean, keep in mind, I played video games back then, but not nearly as much as I do now. At that time period, I had an N64 with 4 games. I probably played video games, like, on average, a couple hours a week. I didn't play nearly as much as I did later. So it wasn't like it was a situation where it's like, oh, I just want to be at home on my computer or my console. Like, no, this is boring. There's nothing to do. It's also hot. If we had gone camping in the fall, maybe that would have been better. But nope. We decided to camp in the summer. Ugh. Well, yeah, it's also the fact that the adults are doing their adult thing of, again, drinking and, like, doing the cookout stuff and whatever, and we have nothing to do. Smelly. There's also something else about these trips I have not mentioned. All 3 of them were in the summer, so it was very hot. However, 2 of the trips, it rained like half the time. That makes for a fun camping trip. Rain. Having to stay in the tent because it's raining outside. Or trying to set up the tent in the rain. Or having to, like, get all our stuff inside when it starts pouring down rain because it's getting all wet and everything. And it's just, this is not fun. And then those were 2 trips. And the other trip that it didn't rain, it was like 100 degrees outside. Did anyone check the weather? Like, the weather forecast was a thing back then. It wasn't like the weather forecast was invented after the 90s. Did they not see it was going to rain? Miserable. Raining when you're camping outside, it's miserable. I remember the one time it didn't rain and it was super hot. I spent a lot of my time in one of the cars, in my mom's car, just draining the battery with the AC on. It's just like, I hate this. Long story short, when I was younger, every single vacation I went on, I had no input. I had no say in it. I mean, as a kid, I didn't, but it was like I didn't really enjoy any of it. The beach trips weren't that fun. My favorite time was just being in the hotel at night, whether in the indoor pool or just in the hotel room, because it was something different. And in camping, the only thing that was remotely not boring and bad was just sleeping in the tent, because I was asleep. The King's Dominion trips were fine, but those weren't a vacation. Since we lived near it, that was like an afternoon. Like on a Friday after school, we could literally just be like, let's go to King's Dominion. It was like going to the mall. I mean, it was easy. Plus, we go during the fall a lot during school, so it was like, it wasn't hot. I mean, we had plenty of times in the summers too where it was hot, but yep, forced vacation. Look, I was always weird. I was the kid whose parents took him on vacation to the beach and didn't enjoy it. So. Or again, they took their kid to Six Flags and didn't enjoy it. And if you were to ask me as a kid, what would you have suggested to them for a vacation? Honestly, I don't know. In the summer, nothing. I hate summer. They would never agree to going somewhere just inside the whole time, which is why it would never work. I still say I probably wouldn't have minded camping as much if it was in the fall when it was like 60 outside. Yeah, I still would have been bored, but I wouldn't have been uncomfortable and bored. I need to buy more play tables. Like I could get one more and put it here. Doesn't look great, but whatever. What do you want? No. There are so many smelly people coming in here lately. Oh, hey! One more level, and I can buy the decontamination stuff. It's gonna cost me 3K to get 2 of them. But that was one of my goals for today. Decontamination in progress. We're gonna have no money. I'm gonna spend 3 grand on decontamination things and the rest on cards. We're gonna have no money. Speaking of cards, you know, I was gonna say what was everyone's favorite vacation as a kid. No, what was everyone's least favorite vacation as a kid? I think that's a better question. Wow. God, man, plushies are expensive. Whenever I have to buy plushies, I'm sad. Up. Again, King's Dominion was fine, but again, that wasn't a vacation. That was just a nearly like every other day thing. That doesn't really count. We were able to go there for like 2 hours at a time and leave. We weren't there all day, and then have to drive like several hours home. Yeah, there was always that thing where like, hey, can I bring a remember like TV shows and stuff? It was always like the kid gets to bring a friend on vacation. That never happened once in my life. I never had this. I never ever had the thing where it was like, oh, you can bring a friend on vacation. Nope. They had their own boring vacation to go to by themselves. God, what a mess. I literally just put the no. There you go. I still haven't. I'll be honest with you. I have never had fun on a vacation. Because the last vacation I went on was probably the camping trip. Like, I haven't been on a vacation since. As an adult, I have never been on vacation. My vacations were always stay at home. My vacations from work that I took was like, hey, new Mass Effect game's coming out. I'm going to take a week off work, stay at home and play it. That's what I did. And all my coworkers were like, well, that's stupid. How do you enjoy something like that? It's like, because that's what I want to do. Like, I'm sorry my vacation, you know, insults you in some way. Yeah, look, I would literally just wait for a game to come out and be like, I'm taking this week off. When Pokemon X and Y came out, I took off 2 weeks and stayed at my friend's apartment for 2 weeks while playing Pokemon. It was fun. Oh, you see, that would have been fine. Also, you know the bonus part of that? Your family isn't with you. That's what makes it so different. Like, being the friend that goes on the vacation with the friend and their family is the preferred method for me, because it's so much different, right? It's like, it's very different. It's more of an adventure for the kid who's going with their friend and their friend's family, not theirs. Universal Studios. Ooh. Also, I never wanted to go to Disneyland. A lot of kids always wanted to go to Disneyland, right? That was the thing, right? Like, what theme park? Where do you want to go on vacation this summer? Like, where would you like to go? Like, oh, to Disney World, Disneyland. I never wanted to go. Again, the only reason why King's Dominion worked was because it was like 30 minutes from where I lived. It was simple to just go there for a couple hours and leave. It was convenient. But I never really wanted to ever, like, go somewhere and travel just for a theme park. Also, Julie, yeah, I would assume you've been there too, considering. I used to live like a half an hour from there. And my after-school place that I went to was only like 20 minutes from there. So sometimes we would just go straight from there on like a Friday night, on a Friday evening to there. Because it was like a 20-minute drive. We also usually had the summer passes. Normally summer passes are like kind of a scam. Because people will buy the summer passes and they'll use them like twice. And the math, unless you use a summer pass like more than 10 times, it's not worth it. But since we live so close to it, we had summer passes like 4 out of 5 years we were there. And we go there like every other day in the summer. Again, for like an hour or two. It was just like a easy to go to trip. So like, yeah, we definitely use that thing. Well, now I'm confused. Did I just not order enough stuff? I feel like I ordered stuff, but I didn't. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna order some more stock, and then I'm gonna save up for the decontamination thing. That's what we're gonna do. Laundry calls. I did my laundry yesterday. I don't have a lot to launder. You know what my laundry consisted of? Stuff I wear around the house. That's it. Hey, it's what happens when you don't go anywhere. My laundry consists of just like a bunch of old shirts and a few pairs of like shorts and like 2 pairs of pajama pants, and it's like, that's it. That's all I got. See, the problem is I don't have anything to wear outside. I have like one thing to wear outside because I gained a bunch of weight back. When I got down to like 150, I bought some clothes. Not a lot. I wanted to make sure I was going to be there for a while at that weight, which I wasn't. Good thing I didn't. But I bought some clothes that fit me and got rid of a lot of the old stuff because it was old. Like, it was just, my clothes were kind of like in need for an upgrade at that point anyway. And then, of course, I gained a bunch of weight back. So, like, all the stuff I had from then is way too small now. Unfortunate. I'd like to lose weight again, if only because it was easier to find clothes. Like, at that weight, I actually found, like, pants that fit me. But now that I'm, like, back up to the old, higher weight again, it's impossible. There's a reason why I wear shorts, like, year-round. Trying to find pants, long pants that fit me, it's just not a fun experience. I was amazed when I was able to order a pair of jeans off of, like, Amazon, and they fit me. I was just like, what is happening? This is magic. Like, it was so easy. I got a pair of pants and they fit. It was like, wow. But food is fun. But food is fun. Food good. Also, I'm at the age where, do I even care anymore? Like, like it's just, I've like aged into my body type. I had a quote unquote dad bod when I was like 20, which again, when you're 20, it's kind of depressing. But now that I'm like, oh, I don't want to say it. I almost said it. I don't want to say it. Now that I'm almost 40, my body kind of like type at this weight now kind of fits my age. So I mean, maybe I don't care anymore. I don't know. No, I still do. I still have that super self-conscious thing when I'm in public. As hard as I try to let that go, even when I was down to 150 and finally had clothes that fit me right, and I felt a little more confident, I still have that same problem. That didn't go away. It just got a little less bad. I've always been like that. Selling the cards. Oh, I should have mentioned this like an hour and a half ago. I'm so good at talking about stream stuff. There is a new community goal for channel points right now. It is for a Turtles marathon. I will make a week of streams, all Turtles games. Essentially, it will consist of the 4 Turtles games that I have that are easy to stream. There is Shredder's Revenge, which is an awesome 2D side-scroller beat-em-up. We'll also be able to play the DLC, which is like the wave thing that you go through. It's almost like a roguelike. Then there is the actual roguelike, the Hades game, Splintered Fate. We can play through that a couple times with different characters and different builds for fun. Because there's a lot of perks I haven't really used before in that game. It's like Hades. Hades, I always preferred certain gods. Like Dionysus and Aphrodite and Zeus to an extent. But in this time, we'll use different stuff. In this sense, I kind of usually ignored like a lot of the fire abilities and the Utrom abilities, so we can use those. Yep. And the third one is the new tactical takedown game that came out. I bought it, still haven't played it yet. Unfortunately, it's not that long. It's like 5 hours long. If I had known that, I might not have bought it at full price. But it has a lot of replayability because you can try different stuff, different combinations of things, try to get better at the game. It's almost like a puzzle game. You know, you're trying to like the best way to take enemies down, to chain them together, get better at the game. And the fourth game, which is a bit of a cheat, is the Cowabunga Collection. I did stream that like 3 years ago, but it's been 3 years. There's like 10 different Turtles games on there, and over the course of probably like 2 days, we're going to play them. I think it was maybe like 2.5. It has NES-wise, it has Turtles 1, which is kind of a notorious game, but I kind of like it. Then it has Turtles 2, based on the arcade game. Then it has Turtles 3, the Manhattan one. It also has Turtles in Time, 2 different versions of it. It has Hyperstone Heist on the Genesis. It also has all 3 Game Boy games. And I always did want to play the third one. The third Game Boy game is a Metroidvania game. I always wanted to go back and play it. I had it. But as a kid, I just didn't like it. But maybe I'll be able to play it as an adult. Yeah, we'll have a nice Turtles week. Celebrate the Turtles. There is one more Turtles game on Steam. I don't own it. It did not do very well. and somehow, even when it's on sale, it's still only like 30% off. I don't know how a game that did that poorly wasn't like at least half off on the sale, on a big sale. It's kind of like a 3D beat 'em up. I saw it was compared to kind of like Yakuza, which is essentially a 3D beat 'em up. We have a few other random options I could have done. Like on console, there is the 3D beat 'em up, like 2.5D version of Turtles in Time. I really don't like that one. I did stream it a long time ago. There's also Out of the Shadows, which I was really hoping would be good, but it wasn't. It was kind of a buggy mess. Cool idea, though. You know the best thing about Out of the Shadows? The main menu theme. T-U-R-T-L-E power. T-U-R-T-L-E. It uses that. I love that song. Everyone loves Vanilla Ice from the second one because it's just funny. I unironically like Turtle Power from the first movie. No. Stop trying to trade with me. All right, here is what we're going to do. I usually wait to do this when we're closed, but let's try this out. I'm going to put this as close to the door as possible. Okay. I'm going to move this as close to this as possible. Sneaky! And we are going to purchase this. Yeah, decontamination. Careful. Careful. It's facing the wrong way. There. The joke is kind of like, it's at first was like, it's like so intrusive. You know what I mean? It's just like so in the way. But no, it's the decontamination chamber. You walk in, it goes psh, and then you leave. That's what it does. There. Now, we still need one more to be like about 95% effective. Sometimes they can still sneak in. Can I take one of these out now? Oh, I can't take one out. No. Get him. Get him. Yeah. I moved the entire decontamination chamber to that person. Oh. I don't have that, though. Why do you consistently ask for cards I don't have? When they're done, I'm going to move the table, like, to about here. Just so there's, like, a little more wiggle room here. Yep, I would literally just bear hug it and just like put it down, push the button and put it back. Or if I knew like the smelliest of people like to sit at this table and play, what if you put like a fan up here? You put like this little like desk fan, and then you just come over here and like press the button several times, and the fan just like blows it that direction. That could work as well. But yeah, this will be good enough for now. Da, 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 ba, 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 da, ba, ba, ba. Yeah. I was just getting ready to say, just because the Mass Effect music, like, hey Julie, when are you gonna play Mass Effect? Yeah, got him. Take that. But no, Julie's been playing a Fire Emblem Sacred Stones ROM hack that I wanted to play for a while. But I want to play Sacred Stones first, so I can get the mechanics down. I just think it makes sense to play the first one that it's based on. Yeah, if you Google like best Fire Emblem ROM hacks, Vision Quest it's like Suikoden 2. You know, like Vision Quest will be pretty much #1 every time. Or at least in the top 3. Apparently it's just very well done. And the premise of the story sounds interesting to me. Like, it's actually something I would be interested in hearing a story about. It isn't the usual, like, Fire Emblem Prince. The premise is essentially, like, this isn't really a spoiler, because it's just like, this is the premise of the game. You are essentially living in a small village, I believe, and taxes are just, like, killing you. And your family and your friends, like, everyone is just like, we can't afford this. So you and your friends basically have to become like bandits and steal from people to be able to just survive all these like harsh taxes. And it goes from there. Yeah. And hello. And that is intriguing. The idea of good people being pushed to that because they have no other choice. They don't see an alternative. I'm going to assume that there is a corrupt government involved. That's where the tax, like the main bad guy is like the corrupt government taxing people to death. What a surprise. Sheriff of Nottingham. Yeah, that's what, and that's the thing. That's the thing. Even if it had been just a standard game where that is the only premise, that would have been interesting enough. Because I know how long that game is, there was definitely going to be layers to it and twists to it, and that'd be interesting. I'm not saying a game has to have a twist to be interesting. It doesn't. I mean, honestly, nowadays, not having a twist is a twist. Like, to be honest, if I was making a game, I would maybe make a game that has no twist. Where, like, the bad guy is the bad guy. There is no twist. There is no secret behind the curtain. It's literally just this. It is what you expect it to be. Yeah. Like, in a way, like, the characters of a ROM hack are not real. They're not real Fire Emblem games. So sometimes the characters don't have to be, like, these 3D, well-rounded, well-written characters. Sometimes ROM hacks are built more for mechanics than story. Especially Fire Emblem ones. Like, strategy games. But I've read that, like, the characters of the ROM hack are just, they're well-written. They're fun. Like, you get to know them and... yeah. Now that we have some money, should I buy anything? Is there anything, like, new I should... We need to get to level 20 to unlock the next thing of cards. Which reminds me, I'm going to need 2 more shelves, which means this has to move. Where am I going to put this? If I want to have one of these per plushie, I'm going to need, like, a decent amount of room. Well, what if we take this and put it here? That's not too bad. And then we can have this space for some plushies and things. But yeah, like just the premise of the story alone makes me want to play it. Because it's just so different from the usual, again, Prince of blah 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 blah. You're attacked overnight and your father is killed because it's Fire Emblem. They're always killed. How about a Fire Emblem game where you're not a prince and your father doesn't die? How about that? There's a twist. The father doesn't die. That's a twist. Oh, I'm spending so much money. I just spent so much money. Ah. I mean, is there a Fire Emblem game? I mean, I guess not to spoil anything, but just a yes or no. Is there a mainline Fire Emblem game where the father figure person doesn't die? Like, there is. Well then. Huh. Is it one that I know of? Keep in mind, I don't know some of like the middle ones, like the Game Boy Advance ones. I know Sacred Stones and just the one that's called Fire Emblem. That's what I thought. Okay. Is it even available in English normally? Or is that one of those like fan translation ones? That's what I figured. All right. So Japan kept the one where the father lives all to itself. We get all the ones where they die. $13.57. 14 sounds fair to me. Also, let's check prices. I haven't checked prices in a long time. That's fair. That's a little pricey. That's a little too fair. A little too Raph. Speaking of turtles. Actually, you know what? 40. Keep in mind, like I said, having everything be like $1 over market value is stupid when one thing costs $4 and one thing costs $40. So if we do market price plus 10%, I could sell this thing at $42. And that's more than fair. Look, I know I said I want all my stuff to be like affordable. That is affordable. 10% markup is affordable because a lot of places do way more than that. Plus, I tend to round down anyway. See, that's 26.33. I could round down to 26, but I'm going to do 25. That's fine. Yep, yeah, that could have been 42. Now it's 41. That's fine. I'll do 40. I'll do 40. 675. Fair. That's a little too fair. That's actually a pretty good price. That's a little too good for how expensive these things are, and that was probably also too good, but whatever. What about you? 3 cents. Do 250. I will order the one thing I can afford. Hey, we're broke. We're broke. But we have plenty of stock to sell. And like I said, unless they've changed how the mathematics in this game works, the more stuff that you have on a shelf of the same kind, if they want to buy that item, they usually buy more of them. It's just how the game works. So having shelves that only have one item, like this, or that, it's apparently it's like it's better to do. Which again is why selling one of everything is tough, because you end up having to share shelving because you just don't have enough. There's like not enough room to give every single item in the game its own shelf. So again, this is a reason to do this. Ouch! 2,400 profit, but negative. Ouch. So we need to sell like crazy. Come get your cards. Come get your cards so I have money to eat later. No! No, the smelly people are coming. Oh, there's an army of them. No! No! Quickly close the door. Hopefully it resets fast enough to get this one. It won't reset fast enough to get that one. That's where the second one comes in handy. Yeah, they're able to kind of like catch the second person. God, just an army of them early on. Just 1 second. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, it worked. It worked. You actually don't have to put it down for it to work. If you put it near them, it'll still work, even though it's still like in limbo. It's probably not supposed to, but it does. Another? What is happening today? Now, I was going to say I wish there was an option to turn off smelly people as a thing, kind of like in grocery store sim. I'm pretty sure you can turn off shoplifters if you want to just have like a nice, more relaxing time and not have to worry about that, where you don't have to spend money on security and cameras and things. But they might actually do that. This game is going to get difficulty settings at some point. I'm going to assume one of them is easy mode, where you have no smelly people. So you can save money on that and deodorant. I have to worry about it. That would be fun. I get the reasoning behind it, like to give you like an obstacle, but I wouldn't mind having a mode where I could just collect cards and I have to deal with it. 50. Did they just clone themselves? They were one person, and now they're two. We are on the Citadel. We are in space in the future. Cloning. One of them's evil. Which one is it? They both have goatees. Yeah, this is National No Shower Day. Yeah, I take that day off work every year. I wish I could get this closer to... Oh, actually, I think I can. Hold on a second. When it snaps to... Oh, I see. It's snapping to the middle of the door frame. But if I do this and get as close as possible... No, stop it. And get as close as possible. That's a little better. There's a little less space there. It's not much, but it's something. Also, you mentioned FTL. I never use the cloning thing. The idea of cloning, to me, I don't like it. I don't like it. I like a lot of sci-fi stuff, like Robot Friends and all that stuff. The idea of cloning, and I don't mean like our version of cloning, where we can like basically create an embryo that is the same DNA-wise as something else that's living and fully grown, but it starts off as an embryo, it becomes a child, and then it grows. That's our kind of version of cloning, right? With animals. We just make something that's exactly like the other, but it still has to grow. We didn't make something fully grown adult with the same exact memories. That's what scares me. The idea of making an exact clone of you with your exact memories and ideas and your brain. I am not a fan of that. Not a lot of sci-fi stuff messes with me, but that kind of does. Because it's not you, right? It's just, what if you were born as two people and both of you experienced somehow the exact same things in life, right? Like you were twins, and somehow you had the same exact experiences up until this point. That's what a clone is. And it's weird. Because that's impossible. I mean, even in a controlled environment, you know how hard it would be to have two people experience the exact same lives for like 20 years and then prove like, oh, they're the same person. That's expensive. Damn. Hi, Blue. We were talking about cloning and how it kind of creeps me out. No, in sci-fi, the idea of cloning has always been like, that's how you live forever. You clone yourself. So when you die, the clone gets woken up and it's you. It's not you, though. It's someone with your exact memories. It's not you. You're dead. If you clone yourself, you don't live forever. Your thoughts and memories live forever in somebody else. You're dead. Cloning is not immortality. If you're trying to think of ways of it, if you're like, kind of like Stellaris, right? You could go down the biological path and kind of like go down like the new cloning path. Like, oh, hey, we're immortal. We don't die because we can clone ourselves. That's not what's happening, though. You are literally creating a second person with your same memories, but they're a different person. Your point of view is through your eyes. Their point of view is through their eyes. It's not you. They might think from their perspective, they're you. But from your perspective, they're not. Because you know they're a clone. Like I'm saying, like, it's you are you. Memories don't do that. Well, when then there's just two of you. But you're still you. You're you A, they're you B. You're still two people. So, like, again, in Stellaris, it's like, oh, cloning makes you immortal. No, it makes your memories from the outside, from an outside point of view. Yes, you're still alive. If you're the leader of an empire, and then you're cloned, you die, clone gets woken up, to everyone on the outside, you are you. But you're dead. There's just someone who is basically a copy of you. The better way to do it would be robot body. Put brain in robot body. It's still you. You essentially transferred who you are into robot body. It's not cloning, that's a transfer. Now, if you want to get into that argument, I'm sure there are some sci-fi stories where a clone is not a copy of you, your mind, it's a copy of your body. What if you cloned your body, and then when your body died, they put your mind in the other body? See, that would probably be you, I'd imagine. Because they didn't copy your mind. They just, like, took it out and put it in the new body. It's still you. Because only one of you exists. The only copy was, like, you know, the meat vessel that you're in. So that kind of cloning's fine. It's still a little weird, but it's fine. I think the better form of immortality would be brain in robot. Or if you don't care about being in physical form, brain in computer. In, like, just a digital form. Like an AI. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, just head in jar. But yeah, I've seen a few sci-fi movies that use that cloning style, where they literally make a copy. There is no mind transfer. They make a copy of you, so it's just another version of you. But from your point of view, they're a different person. So if you die, you're gone. You're dead. But in the movie, they make it seem like immortality. Like, that's not how that works. Oh, somebody's losing to themselves. Another clone situation. I kind of don't like the table there because people have to walk around it, which makes them slower, which means they get out of here slower, which means less people spawning. The next investment might be to make the store a little bigger. Not much, just a little bit. Smelly. I mean, that's solitaire. Four star plushies. Go away. I don't want to trade yet. Okay, we're getting there. We can probably put some of this stuff up here. Yeah. Really? I only sold one of those? Okay. Smelly. Good thing I have my decontamination thing. We can buy a couple things. We can buy that was the small one. We don't want the small one. One of you. I don't have the big one of that yet, so two of you. One pig plushie. Last customer of the day. Perhaps. Hurry up. Hurry up, you. Closing time does not mean if you're in the building before 9 o'clock hits, you can take your time and do whatever you want. Closing time means when it hits 9 o'clock, you take whatever you want to get and you bring it up front. That's what that means. The retail etiquette, okay? There have been times in the past where I wanted to go to the store for something, and I was like, hey, yeah, let's go there and do that or whatever. And it's just, I looked at the time and I was like, by the time we get there, we're going to have like 5 minutes. I'm not even going to. Like, I've literally had times where it was like, nope, not going to do it. Not that I really need a good excuse not to go anywhere, but like, nope, that's kind of unfair. It's even worse for like food places, like restaurants or fast food even. You close at 9, someone comes in at like 8:59. Yeah, I'd like a table, please. No. How about no? That reminds me, when I worked at that gas station that had like the fast food thing attached to it, we always tried to get stuff done as early as possible, just to get it out of the way. Even if it really didn't mean we could leave like super earlier, it was just like, hey, it's done. I don't have to do this later. One night I cleaned the grill thing. It's more like a broiler. Like the burgers weren't grilled. They were put through this like grill / like broiler machine thing. Conveyor belt thing, kind of like a pizza, sort of. And that thing was a giant pain to clean. You had to take every night. You had to take it apart piece by piece, bring it to the back, including the really heavy ramp piece where they slide down when they're done, and clean it in the sink. The sink was not big enough, so it was kind of awkward. Clean that whole thing, and then put it back together. I did that one night. And I put it back together 5 minutes before closing. I didn't do it that early. We had like 5 minutes left. Literally a bus full of students popped up from like some kind of like baseball or softball match or something. It was like 30 kids and like 2 teachers. And they all wanted food. And I was in the back doing something and I heard something. They were like, hey, come up here. And I saw them. And I had just put the clean thing up, and they had now had to use it to get dirty again. And they looked at me, and I was just like, I hate this. I was not very happy. They knew that I had just finished cleaning that thing. It's just like, nope. Nope. I'm pretty sure... No... At this point in my life, I would have probably just like wiped it down. It wouldn't have been that dirty after being used like once like that. I probably would have just wiped the whole thing down and taken like a quarter of the time. No, I'm pretty sure I took it back up. I took it apart again and cleaned it. Ooh. All right. We need at least another day or two of stockpiling money. We don't need to buy anything new. We don't have to get anything new until level 20. That's going to be a little bit. So right now we can literally just sit here. Well, stand here. We can sell our stuff, make some money, and then maybe start collecting some cards to open later. See, last time I streamed this, I opened up all my cards at the end of stream. I think what we should do is maybe do that twice. We can have a mid-stream open, and then an end-of-stream open. So we need to earn some money for that mid-stream open. No, go away. So many plushies. What? What do you want? What crappy card do you want me to... I don't even have that. You know what sim game could be fun that I don't think exists? I mean, it wouldn't be too dissimilar from this. It wouldn't have the collecting mechanic, I guess. Although, well, technically, I guess it could. I mentioned GameStop. What about a video game store sim? But not like GameStop. How about like a retro video game store kind of, like where you can like do trade-ins and you can collect retro video games and have a collection of those. There'd be no pack openings, but there would be like a haggle system dealing with people. The only hard part about that is, unless it'd be impossible to make with real games. Like this game uses Tetramon because obviously they can't use Pokemon. Trying to make a video game like Vintage Store would be impossible. You'd basically have to make up all your games. Right? It wouldn't be like Mario and Sonic and all these old stuff. It would be like just made up mascots. I think for a card game, it kind of works better. But for a video game store, I'm not sure if that would work well enough. Like, oh, you have a couple, you have a sealed copy of Blooper 2. What the hell's Blooper 2? There's no like nostalgia. I think collecting old video games, nostalgia plays a big part. And there would be none. Now, of course, someone would make a mod for it that would then mod a bunch of NES and Sega games into it. That would be a thing. I'm not sure which is scarier. I mean, they're both Nintendo. But which is scarier? Making a Pokemon mod for a game like this, or making a Nintendo mod that would replace all the generic video games in that kind of game I talked about to Nintendo games? Because now you're not just messing with Pokemon. You're messing with, like, all of Nintendo's IPs. Ooh, Ghost Card. Would you take it for $350? Or would I said that backwards. Yeah, that was worth it. Just like normal cards, one rare might be worth $5 and one rare might be worth $500. But technically the chance of getting both should be the same. So for collecting reasons, I don't mind buying the cheaper ghost cards. Because they're hard to get. Also, could be trading material later if I get more than one. Beep, bop, 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 boop, boop. Oh, also, a Suikoden thing I was going to talk about tomorrow, but I'll mention it today. In original Suikoden 1, remember when we were playing it on Tuesday? There's I think their name is Marco. There's that person who does the cup game in that rock town that you can get money. You know, you can bet 1,000, 100, 1,000, or 10,000. In the old version of Suikoden 1, there was an exploit for that. The pattern was always the same. You could go to Marco and bet 100 gold, like 20 times in a row, and write down where the coin was every time. Then you could reload the save and then bet 10,000 gold. And the coins would be in the same place. They fixed that in the HD remaster. It doesn't do that anymore. It is completely random. So there's no longer an exploit to do that early on. Also, 10,000 is impossible. It is pure luck. I did a 10,000 bet a couple times off stream yesterday. it goes so fast, you cannot keep up. You just have to guess. Now, I do know that there is another game that unlocks later that is much easier to play to get more money. Not only can you bet more eventually than 10,000. Good idea. Not only can you bet more than 10,000 total, I think it depends on how much you have. You can bet like more, but apparently it's just easier. There's no exploit. It's easier to win, right? It's like, it's a dice game. And apparently the NPC just isn't that good at it. And they didn't fix it. They didn't I wouldn't say they didn't fix it. There's no exploit. They left him alone. So the ability to get a bunch of money from that person is still a thing. Which I will be doing when I get to it. It's later in the game, and because you have so many so many party members in that game, money's hard to get. I mean, from a game-making perspective, there's a reason why they would make a money-making game like that that's so easy most of the time. Because the game requires a ridiculous amount of money to potentially get enough stuff for all your teammates. Has anyone here played Dragon Quest XI? Dragon Quest XI's endgame, there's like an optional boss at the end of the game that is very, very, very difficult. When I say very difficult, I mean like, I'm trying to think of an example. I wouldn't even say like Ruby Weapon or Emerald Weapon from 7. Those are not as hard. I've done both of those. This was harder. This was like when I beat the Adamantoise in 15 for the first time. When I was severely underleveled. And it took me about 90 minutes. That was hard. But it was also just like time consuming. It was a very defensive boss. Or like Yizmat from 12. You can take a break in that fight and heal if you want. Just because it's long. This was not that long of a fight. Not really. It was just really hard. It reminds me of... What is the super boss in 9? It reminds me of that thing. It's not a long fight. But it is very difficult. Is it Ozma? I think it's the big sphere thing. It actually only has like 50,000 HP. It's not like a super tough long boss fight. It's just it hits so hard. Also, if you're not aware, apparently the AI of that fight is like really complicated. Ozma will do different things to you based on a bunch of different criteria. Like they made the AI a lot in that fight. So it's hard to get around. I have beaten it. But it was on a save file where I was max level. And I had like the best weapons in the game and everyone had learned all their stuff. And even then it was still hard. The reason why I bring up the Dragon Quest XI thing, it's such a hard fight, but it requires a lot of money. If you even want to stand a chance in that fight, you're going to have to get some of the best items in the game and several of them. And you can get them from the casino, but they cost a ton of money. So basically the game is like, hey, play the casino. That's how you get your money. There's a reason why they put the items that you need in the casino. The game is telling you, the casino is necessary. Unless you want a money grind for like 100 hours. In order to get minimum the minimum amount of necessary items to beat that super boss, I had to get the jackpot on the roulette 7 times. That is not easy. If you know roulette, you know how many numbers are on that thing. Let me tell you, jackpot works a little different than just getting your number. It's been a long time since I've done this. Basically, you spin the roulette wheel and it might land on your one number, right? But there's like a separate spinner with jackpot on it. And jackpot has to land on your number at the same time. It's like 2 spins melded together, and they both have to land on your number. The chance of it happening, as you can imagine, is not very good. There is a bit of a trick to it. You only have to hit the jackpot. Obviously, you've played games that have roulette before. You can put money on every number. That'd be stupid, because even if you guaranteed to win, you're still going to lose money, right? Like, you don't get enough money back. But in this, all you have to do, the jackpot, is like a set amount of money. You only have to hit it with your number as your number gets hit. So what you do is you put money on every single number. So that brings it down to the fact that the jackpot has to land on the same thing, the same number that the other thing lands on. So basically it turns it into regular roulette at that point, because you are essentially getting rid of one of the spins. It still takes forever. It is still completely luck-based. All you're doing is turning it into regular roulette at that point. Because with money on every number you land on is a win. But the jackpot also has to land on it. So it's just like regular roulette now, I guess. Kind of. It's incredibly time-consuming, because in order to put money on every single number, you have to do so manually, one at a time. The most annoying part of doing that is the setup. And then when it fails, you have to do it again. It takes forever. All right, let's buy some cards. But yes, I had to get jackpot over the course of the game 7 times to be able to fund what I needed. 5 of them were at the end of the game to be able to fund that one boss. It might sound a little cheesy the way I did that boss, and it was. But I'll be honest, I tried that boss fight, quote unquote, legitimately so many times. I don't see how it's possible. Essentially, there are limit breaks in that game that are dual techs and triple techs. And there is one that is a triple tech between 3 specific characters that can make you invincible for a certain number of turns. In order to do this, all 3 of those characters have to be pepped up, which is essentially limit break is up. And what I did was, I spent a lot of my money, and I bought a bunch of items that fully pep somebody up on usage. Those are very, very, very rare. You get like a couple of them in the game for free, and that's it. Then you have to spend a ton at the casino to get them. You do that, you go into the fight, you get everyone pepped up, you do the thing, your team is invincible, and then you do as much damage as possible. Here is the thing that makes this even not that good. Every teammate is immune to damage for a set number of turns, but it's random. Between like 2 and 5 or something. Meaning, as early as 2 turns, one of your teammates will start taking damage again, which means they're dead. This thing hits so hard, they're just dead. Like, you die constantly in this fight. And then you're screwed. You end up in a death spiral. You spend one of your turns reviving somebody. They're going to die again, probably. You end up having to re-pep everyone way earlier than you think. Because you need everyone alive to do enough damage and do stuff. So essentially, you're going to be spending half that time that you're invincible just getting repepped. It's a tedious fight. Does being invincible help? Of course. But I actually still lost a few times. Because if the wrong people become not invincible after only like 2 turns, the minimum, you're not going to make it. You need to roll some lucky rolls on them. Some people are more expendable than others. Also, that thing has so much defense. Another item that you have to buy that's super expensive is an item that fully heals your MP. Essentially, the only good way to do damage to this thing is there's a character that has a magic spell that does damage based on how much MP they have, and it spends all of it. It's able to get through this thing's massive defenses. And you do that, and then you give them a full MP item, and you do it again, and you just keep doing it. Again, those items are also very expensive. Also, in order to do the invincible pep thing, you end up having to have one character in your party that's honestly not that good. They're kind of the jack-of-all-trades character. So in the end game, they're not that good. They can't specialize. So therefore, they're just kind of like, meh. But you have to have them on the team for this pep. So their only use is pretty much that. They're there for that. That's it. They're kind of a wasted slot, except for that. Again, I wish that boss fight was possible, not basically doing the equivalent of like buying 1 million elixirs, but that's what I had to do. I feel like the fight is built to make that necessary, right? Like, it feels like the creators of that fight specifically, they made it so you have to have those super rare, expensive endgame items to even stand a chance. Because like I said, I still lost several times. Yeah, like I feel like it was built to where it makes the player have to have those kind of items. That's why they exist. Yes, those items can exist to make regular boss fights super easy, but they also exist to make that fight possible. It just feels that way. Like, if you saw this boss fight, you would know what I'm talking about, like how ridiculous it is. You die so fast. It's so ridiculous how fast you die. Like, the thing goes like twice as well. It gets like 2 turns for every one of your guys. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous fight. All right. It's like trying to beat the emerald weapon without the underwater materia that gets rid of the time limit. Even if you have an amazing build, it still might take more than 20 minutes to beat that thing, just because of how much HP it has. Even when I beat it, I beat it fairly easily, honestly. I still think I took more than 20 minutes to do it, just because it has so much HP. I basically used like the Quadramagic Demi and then mimed it. It did max damage every single hit because, well, its HP is ridiculous. And I think it still took over 20 minutes. Sometimes boss fights by design require you to use special items that are rare and hard to get and expensive. Otherwise, what's the point of having them, besides making some fights just super easy? I might play Dragon Quest XI on stream someday. It's fun. It's a fun game. It actually is a very fun game. I got 100% on it. I played it through, before I had it on Steam, I played through it on Game Pass. It was Game Pass for PC. And I got all the achievements. And it was fun. I was a little disappointed in the story. I was kind of expecting a little more, but I guess I got a little spoiled, or in a sense of like, I've played a lot of JRPGs that have amazing stories. Like really, really, really good stories. So I kind of set the bar high for that. The story's good. I was just expecting a little more. But where I was expecting more there, the gameplay itself is just fun. I liked grinding in that game for stuff. Even the casino thing was, in some weird way, fun. What are you doing? Get away. No, go away. Level 19. Yeah, this is like the slow part of the game. In order to unlock the last card set of the first, like, regular set, we need to be level 20. And then 23 for the box. Then you gotta be level 25 to start getting these. But these are like this is more a late game thing. Also, opening cards levels you up. So when we do our midstream opening, which should be fairly soon, we will get a decent amount of experience from it. Boop, boop. I wonder, if we were to look up a list of the hardest JRPG bosses of all time, I wonder what would be on there. I'm sure Ozma would be on there. Ozma is notorious because of that stupid AI of its, and it's just like hard to predict, and it hits very hard. And it also, one thing I learned about Final Fantasy IX that maybe is the reason why Ozma was harder than it should have been for me. There is a bit of a hidden mechanic in Final Fantasy IX. When you level up in Final Fantasy IX, your stat increase is dictated by your equipment. The game does not tell you this. So if you're wearing like early game stuff and you level up early game, your stat boosts are like okay. Well, if you play the game normally and you find better and better stuff, your stat increases will go up accordingly, right? You're constantly replacing your gear with better gear. However, if you understand how Final Fantasy IX works, you learn stuff from your equipment. So a lot of the time, your characters are going to be wearing inferior equipment when they're leveling up just to learn something. So if you really want to min-max your Final Fantasy IX characters, you want to get through the game as fast as possible, leveling up as little as possible, and then get some end game gear as soon as possible. Then level up with it. You won't have a lot of abilities, but your stats will be better. And the reason I say I had a hard time with Ozma than I should have, I may have power leveled on disc 1, fighting the poison dragons. And at the time, yes, I was wearing equipment from disc 1, because I'm in disc 1. So my characters were actually not as good as they could have been. Because half my levels, more than half my levels, were spent equipping disc 1 stuff. If I hadn't done that, it would have made the game harder from that point on, but my stats would have been better in the long run. Oops. Oopsie. I didn't know that at the time. Though that's back in the day where stuff like that was permanent. You could permanently mess up your team by doing something like that. Like, there is no, like, retroactive way to fix it, where when you level up and somehow you get, like, those stats you missed back. Nope, they're gone. I mean, Final Fantasy Tactics does that. What class you are dictates your level ups and what stats you get. And it's permanent. Except there is a trick you can do in Tactics where you can level down as a class. So what you do is you'd like level up as like a ninja for speed and attack. Then you'd level down as like a chemist or a bard especially. So the stat downs don't even take away your stat ups. Then, when you get to level 1 as a bard, you level back up to max level as a ninja again. And you keep doing that, and you end up with just like a super character. Yes, it is very, very, very tedious. There's 2 ways you can level down. There's a couple maps that have a level down trap that you can just keep moving back and forth on it. Basically, you can increase their speed. Maybe with Ramses' Yell or haste them. And they can just keep moving back and forth. Or you can have a Mind Flare on the team and have someone that has enemy skill next to him. And that will allow the Mind Flare to use a level down move. I actually did, I only did it once with Ramza. Like, Ramza was the only character I did it with. But yes, it made him extremely powerful. I leveled down as a bard and leveled up as different classes for different stats. It definitely made a difference. I mean, Ramza's already busted anyway. Ramza is the only male character in the game that has the max growth for both attack and magic. He has male unit attack stat ups, but he also has female unit magic ups. So he's the best male magic user in the game, as far as I know. I mean, depending. If you level him up as a knight the entire time, his magic's gonna suck, but... That is why Geomancer is considered a good class for Ramza. Because it gives you pretty good buffs in both attack and magic. And Geomancy uses both attack and magic in its calculations. Ramza would be the perfect red mage if it existed in the game. I love Geomancer in Tactics, not for its Geomancy. Geomancy's fine. It's free long-range magic. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it can status. And hit multiple enemies. And it doesn't cost MP, and it's instant. I like Geomancer because it is a class, it is a magic class that has pretty good magic growth, but also good attack growth. And it can equip some of the best stuff in the game. Like, you can equip a good shield and a good sword, I like it because it's a well-rounded class. Sometimes I would use Geomancy for the stat increases, not even the Geomancy ability itself. That way, if you want to, you can level up as that, so you can make, like, you know, a melee type character that has decent magic. Like, you could go from that and then become like a ninja black mage and actually do well. I think someday I will actually play Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 1 and 2. I owned 1. I didn't like it. The changes it made I wasn't a fan of, but simply because it is another Final Fantasy Tactics game, I'll play it. That's why I'm hoping for like an Evilise collection of tactics games. I would love if they took Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, Tactics Advance 2, and Vagrant Story, because that is part of it, and did like a re-release on Steam. Please? There technically is a way to get Final Fantasy Tactics on PC, but I think it's through like the Windows Store. And it's like built to be played on a touchscreen, I think. So, meh. What do we got here? But we could use more of those. More of those. More of those. I'm kind of pleasantly surprised how much the plushies are selling. Ouch. Oh, and in a Pokemon update. What was I going to say? Oh, for the Dynamax Adventure stuff I've been doing. I'm almost back to max ore, which means I'm almost back to the point where I can find a very good path and then keep it by restarting it constantly. But again, you need more ore because the game will punish you for... You're not supposed to do that. The game will punish you by taking ore away from you. Because you're technically, like, quitting. I want to do a Groudon path, but unfortunately, I don't have Groudon. It's a sword exclusive, so I can't even, like, just keep doing random ones until I find it. I've been doing random ones with people hosting, but no one ever does Groudon. The only time I ever see a ground legendary at the end, it ends up being Zygarde, which I already have. So I need to get the Groudon path from somebody. Could you leave, please? Thank you. Did I order stuff on top of stuff? Did I have stuff out there this whole time? Or was this the stuff I just ordered? It feels like a lot. I may have double ordered. I mean, not the end of the world, it's stock. Boop, bop, 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 boop, boop. I don't even really like shiny Groudon. It's just yellow. I think the majority, I think like the meme kind of thing is like with Pokemon shinies, green is usually like the one that nobody likes. I mean, there's some that I like. I like Espeon. It's just like bright neon mutagen green. But I don't really like. Yeah, I double ordered. Yep, I definitely did. I don't like a lot of the yellow shinies. Yellow's just not my color. It's just eh. And Groudon is just like a bright yellow color. It's so weird. Kyogre is way better. It's purple. They just look better. I want to do Groudon though, because Groudon is one of the harder hunts because it has Earthquake and Precipice Blades, and they both hit your entire party. It's like Zygarde, who has Land's Wrath and Earthquake, I think. It hits very hard, and it hits your entire team. You need a wide guard Pokemon or like a bunch of flying Pokemon. I ordered way too much of stuff. But hey, I was going to order some cards to open up for a mid-pack opening stream. Part of that words. I kind of have some now. See? we have plenty of boxes we can open. Okay, well, we have now entered the midpoint. Well, we're a little bit past the midpoint of the stream. It is time to open up cards. I have not gotten a single new card yet. The fact that I'm missing so many cards in the set still. All right, well, hey, I'll take it. At this point, I will take a new cheap card. Ugh. Maybe trying to collect all the cards is stupid. You know what I mean? Look, I have to have so many full arts and hollow full arts. This is going to be interesting. Like how at first my goal was to collect all the cards. I was like, oh, we can do it. We can do it. Can we? I've gotten one new, okay, two. I've gotten 2 new cards. Yeah, I thought about streaming this game until we were done, but I might have to take a break from it. Knowing it might take longer than I thought. We might have to do like a part 1 and part 2 of this adventure. Ooh, that was a terrible pack. Ugh. Yay! Yeah, right now we're averaging 1 new card every box. That's not great. Trading will help. Once we have a ton of money to spend and stuff, like trading will help get some of those random EXs and like full arts. I feel like packs are more for just like a shotgun approach. You know, it's just like get a bunch of them and we're gonna get a bunch of new stuff. Once we get down to the super rare ones, trading might be required. I feel like I've seen some of the same cards so many times. Wow. Yay, new card. Hooray. Another new card. We got an EX Guppy. Yeah, if you take a look at my thing here, I have 30 pygmy things. I have 3 of the first editions, 2 silver, 2 gold, 1 EX, no full art, and not a single holo one. Because remember, there are 12 of each card. This is where holo regular goes, this is where holo first edition goes, this is where holo silver goes. Yeah, there's a lot. I have 275 out of 1,452. And that's just Tetramon. There's also Destiny, which I haven't even unlocked yet. And there's also, nope, come on, buttons. Ghost. I have 4 of them out of 80. So that's a thing. I mean, this is just cards. Remember when I talked about how Pokemon used to just have, like, you had your holo rares, voice, hello. You had your holo rares, you had your non-holo rares, you had your uncommons and commons, that was it. Then eventually Set started having all their rares be holo and non-holo. So you had 2 of each rare. Now we're up to the point where every card has a reverse holo version. So it like doubles the amount of cards in a set. Yay! I got a full art Yev. Hooray! I don't know. I think everyone needs a Spirit Tetramon. What's everyone's Spirit Tetramon? If Yev is the Kitsune, what Julie and Jay, like what are yours? We need to find like a good basic one. I don't know. I'm not sure if any like speak to me. Well, I barely know Tetramon either. All I know is what's in front of me. Are you a guppy? Are you a mufflin? Are you a slug thing? I don't know, like what screams? No surprise. I kind of like the robot one. Again, to nobody's surprise. I also kind of like Sapling. I mean, look at it. I kind of like it. Beep bop bop bop. Wormgull? An EX Wormgull? Ooh. Hey, it's this thing. Can they please put the name of the Tetramon on the full art cards? I don't remember what this thing is called. Oh, and a silver edition hollow cello. All right, a hollow regular mufflin. I mean, I need it. Ooh, a full art bat ball. It's a sphere and a bat. Bat ball. I'm trying to think. Like, what would I name this? Not Zubat. I mean, it's like Sphere, but it's a ball bat. Come on. End on a positive. Nope. Repel wore off. No. But I actually like Zubat. I mean, it's terrible. Golbat's okay, and Crobat's actually good. But yet, Zubat's awful. Its early moves of Leech Life and Astonish. Although Leech Life is better now. Absorb. It's like Astonish, Leech Life, and Absorb. Yay. Ooh. A hollow silver edition Clawop. Okay, and an EX Cello. I need both of those. Oh, I know, I'm toying with people. They come by and see, you're still open? No, I'm not. People walk by and just see me standing in the middle of my shop opening cards. Not even sitting down. Not even like at a table. Just standing in the middle of the shop. Yay! A silver edition sapling. I want to collect all the saplings because they're my favorite. Another sapling? I got a gold edition sapling. Ooh. A silver edition hollow Nimbless. Oh, it'd be a mess. I'd have to sweep up afterwards. Just use like a leaf blower. Just push it all into the corner. Okay, this is the last of the basics we have to open. A silver hollow sapling. I'm becoming a sapling main. You know how with card games that have like evolutions of some kind, sometimes it's actually worth having the previous evolution? Like, you know, sometimes they have abilities that are just useful. Like, I remember there being what is that thing called? It's Dynamo something Electros, right? What is the middle form called? Dynamo blank Electros. I remember there was a deck specifically built around it. The middle form. Electric, I think, maybe? Like electric. The electric had an ability. For some reason, with some Pokemon cards, the middle form can have an ability, but the final form doesn't. And it was really good for a certain type of deck build. I don't remember what it was. This was back when TCG Online like first came out, and it was around the time those sets were in circulation. Yeah, they were like highly sought after, just for their ability. So maybe sapling has something that's like makes it useful, so I can have saplings in my deck. They are going to make this card game playable eventually. That's one of their end goals, is to make Tetramon a playable card game. That would definitely give this like another genre of this game. Card game. You actually get to play it. It isn't just collecting and selling. Okay, we can move on to the rare ones now, which I don't have that many of, so we should see new quite a bit. Around Pachirisu. I mean, Pachirisu did go way up in popularity ever since the champion person used it in, what, VGC? That and it being a Pikachu clone. Like, hey, let's make a new Pachirisu card that's good. Ooh, an EX Lumi. And now I just have a bunch of packs to open. I don't have boxes. Its attack doubles if it has an item. That would be incredibly broken in the actual Pokemon game. Imagine an ability that a Pokemon has where all it has to have is any item equipped, and it doubles its attack. That would be banned. Just immediately banned. I mean, well, like, since items are the meta, like, you need an item. The only time you ever don't have an item on is... No, there is no time never to have an item on. Even if you're running something like Unburden or Acrobatics, you tend to use something that's a one-time thing. Like, you can run like Unburden or Acrobatics and have a berry on or something. Like, substitute until the berry procs. That gives you like plus speed or something. Or like plus attack. And then you get your speed from Unburden or the extra attack damage from Acrobatics. There really is no thing. I can't even think of a time where you wouldn't have an item on. Because even abilities and things that require no item, you can work around that and make it even better. Like items that are usable once. Like back in the day of Flying Gem Acrobatics. Technically, the gem is used when you click Acrobatics. So the first Acrobatics you use is itemless, but it gets boosted by the Flying Gem. So it's even stronger the first time. Just stuff like that. Do gems still exist? I think normal gem still exists. I think normal gem might be the only one that still exists. What is a good use for that? Normal gem. Huh. I'm trying to think of a good use of a normal gem. Obviously, like normal gem fake out. And then if that Pokemon has Unburden on it, like I believe Hitmonlee can have Unburden, and I believe it can also learn Fake Out. So Fake Out Hitmonlee would use normal gem to boost it, and then be like twice as fast. That could work. I mean, neither have I. My meta in Scarlet and Violet was more raids than competitive, and raids are very different. And not that competitive, because they're just raids against AI. Ooh, a gold hollow Pupaz. It reminds me of Swadloon with its stance. The Batman Pokemon. Also, man, can I just say that Swadloon's kind of cool, and Leafanny's not bad. Grass Bug. I'm trying to think of the worst possible dual type for defensive purposes. Grass Bug might be it. Grass Bug's pretty bad. I would assume like there's a combination with Ice that's probably worse, because Ice is really bad defensively. But Bug Grass is pretty bad. There's a lot of weaknesses in there. Is there a Bug Ice? There is, right? Bug Ice wasn't one of the combinations. Yeah. Oh, it's Frostlass, not Frostlass. The Snom. It's the Snom thing. It's not. It's. What is that thing called? Frostmoth. It's Frostmoth. That thing explodes when you hit it with like a rock move or a fire move. It's already frail. And being quad weak to both rock and fire, it just... Also, being quad weak to stealth rock does not help its argument of not being one of the worst type combinations. Yeah, Frostlass is pretty good, but again, Ice Ghost probably also... anything with ice in it is probably a bad defensive typing, right? At the very least, Frostlass gets rid of Ice's fighting weakness. That's something. Like I said before, Ice is probably the worst type defensively, and it's one of the best types offensively. It hits a lot of stuff for at least neutral. It hits some very good Pokemon for ×2, even ×4 damage. A lot of pseudos are Flying Dragon. That will mess them up. And on the flip side of that, my favorite type, Steel, is great defensively, not so good offensively. Being good against Fairy helped it. But like he said last time, it did also lose its resistance to both Ghost and Dark. So. But man, being good at only against Rock and Ice was pretty bad. Rock and Ice, so Rock is also one of the worst defensive typings, which is funny because it's Rock. Rock is supposed to be like a defensive wall, except it has quite a few weaknesses as well. Common ones. I wonder, what is the best defensive typing you can do with Ice? Ice what? Like, it's not going to be good. But I wonder what is the best defensive typing you can get away with Ice mixed in. That has, like, the fewest weaknesses. I mean, I guess you would start with saying, what are Ice's weaknesses? And then what typing can negate some of them? There's a lot of them, though. There's a lot of them. You might have to throw an ability in there to make it work. Like Flame Body or something. Not Flame Body, but like Fire Absorb. Flash Fire, that's what it is. Or like Levitate or something. If you're gonna, like I mentioned, like Ice Steel, I think is not that bad, except it's quad weak to fighting and fire. So if you had like somehow had a Pokemon that was Ice Steel that has Flash, that doesn't make any sense. But if you did. Also, ever since Fairy was introduced, I believe there's no dual typing combination you can have that has no weaknesses. It used to be Ghost Dark. But when Fairy was introduced, it's now weak to Fairy. And with only 9 type combinations not being used, I don't think any of them had no weaknesses. Unless you include abilities. It's not going to happen. Like Electros, with its Levitate ability. It has no weaknesses. Or a flying terrestrialized Pokemon, but then it becomes flying, and then it's weak to Rock and Ice. You need Levitate. Like a Pokemon that has Levitate, and then you Electric Terrestrialize. It would have no weaknesses. That doesn't make it good. It just means it can't be hit for double damage. It doesn't mean it's like an amazing Pokemon. I mean, Electros has been around since, what, Gen 5? I don't think it's ever been considered to be very good. There are other ways to deal with it besides hitting it for super effective damage, I guess. Hey, we have a full art... that. One thing I haven't done since Gen 9 came out, since I like Steel types, I always had fun making a six Pokemon Steel team. Like, how well-rounded can I make it with all the dual type Steel Pokemon out there? I don't think I haven't done that since Gen... I'm not even sure if I did it in Gen 8. It might have been like Gen 6 the last time I did that. That could be fun. Trying to design the best possible all-Steel team from Gen 1 through 9. Like the most well-rounded, that doesn't have all those weaknesses. That'd be kind of fun. I mean, what are Steel's major weaknesses? Fighting, fire, ground. Well, Corviknight takes care of ground. Aegislash takes care of fighting. And fire, I mean, if we're including somewhat legendaries, Heatran is perfect for that. But even if you don't, then like Empoleon would make fire neutral. And I like Empoleon. I mean, in order for it to be like my team, I feel like I'd have to have certain Pokemon on the team. Like Scizor and Metagross, I feel like would have to be on the team. And probably Empoleon. And probably Corviknight. And the last two slots, I guess, would be for coverage purposes. I don't know. Were there any, like, really good, awesome, cool steel types introduced in Gen 9? There's one I like. I like Orthworm because it's just a goofy worm. And it also has Earth Eater, which is really cool. Earth Eater is like Water Absorb. If that thing gets hit by a ground move, it heals it instead. And it's a pure steel type, so that's fun. Now, the problem is Orthworm is not good. It's very defensive. The best thing you can probably do with Orthworm is going to be what Corviknight does some too. Body Press. Fighting Terrestrialization, Iron Defense, Body Press. That's kind of what it's there for. Well, there is one other use that Earthworm has. It has a new move called Shed Tail. I think it's new. Shed Tail uses half your health. It's essentially U-turn combined with Substitute. You use half your health, you U-turn out. You don't hit the Pokemon, but you switch out. But you also give a sub to whatever's coming in. That's a nice supportive use for it. But, luckily, it's not Baton Pass. I know when it first came out, some people were like, does it also carry over moves like Baton Pass? No, it does not. Or stat buffs. That might make it a little too good. Yay! Full art, not Sunflora. Oh, we were talking about it, I think, on Tuesday. What Pokemon deserve an evolution in Gen 10? What Pokemon only evolve once? So we can make it a 3-stage evolution. And their stats aren't great, so it wouldn't be a broken Pokemon. I mean, I'm surprised they gave Bisharp an evolution. Bisharp already had really good stats. And now we have King Gambit. That's even better. Sunflora. I think Octillery and Sunflora might be at the top of my list for Pokemon that deserve an evolution. Not surprising, they're from Gen 2. And Gen 2 has a lot of, like, just, it feels like not fully finished Pokemon lines. There's a reason why quite a bit of them have already gotten evolutions. Girafarig, Gliscor, Sneasel, Dunsparce, Yanma. Just a bunch of, like, not finished Pokemon. Oh yeah, Sunflora is not good. Like, I like it as a Pokemon. It's literally just a sunflower. I kind of like it. I don't know why. But it's terrible. It doesn't help that isn't Sunkern still considered to be the worst Pokemon of all time, stat-wise? I think Sunkern might be the stat total-wise. I think Sunkern might be the worst Pokemon. What abilities does Sunflora get? Does it not get Chlorophyll? I know it's a slow Pokemon, but if it got an evolution that gained Chlorophyll and some speed, that would help it out a lot. I'm not quite sure how you evolve a Sunflower, but I mean, there's got to be ways to do it. Besides just, like, bigger Sunflower. You know what Sunflora could have been? Especially if it got an evolution? The fact that it has sun in its name, and it's literally a sunflower. It could have been the first fire grass type. We already got that in Gen 9. But if they give Sunflora an evolution, they could make it fire grass. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe it could be fire grass with chlorophyll or flash fire. Make it twice as fast in the sun, or make it immune to fire. That'd be kind of fun. And Octillery doesn't have to gain another typing. It can stay water. But if Octillery were to gain a typing, what about Water Steel? If it's going to become like even more of a tank, or like, you know, some form of like war vehicle, it could become Water Steel. That's a fun typing. Or regional forms, yeah. The regional form of Sunflora could be Fire Grass. Sometimes regional forms don't change completely. Giving it just an extra typing could make sense. Ooh. But yeah, some Pokemon just need help to be relevant again. Well, to be relevant, period. I don't think Octillery and Sunflora were too relevant at any time. Which is sad. I mean, come on, Octillery has its own move. Octazooka? Come on. It got its own move. Does anything else learn that now? I think something might learn Octazooka now, besides Octillery. Mantine? No. No. No, 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 no. I say no evolution for Mantine for one reason. Can you guess what that reason is? Like, regional form? Sure. But for a third evolution, I have one good reason to never give Mantine another evolution. Ugh. Wow, that was actually a good pack. And by the way, that reason is Eviolite. Can you imagine Eviolite Mantine? No. It's already bulky enough. Speaking of Eviolite, though, that means that Bisharp Eviolite is a thing now. And while its special defense might not be that great, I'm pretty sure its defense is pretty good. So that's kind of the fun part of giving Pokemon new evolutions. You can Eviolite the previous one. Eviolite Dunsparce is a thing. What else, what other Pokemon really benefited from another evolution, but not even the evolution itself? Just the Eviolite. Rhydon. Dusclops. Dusknoir is not bad. Rhyperior is not bad. But I'll be honest, I'd rather have a Rhydon or Dusclops with Eviolite than their evolutions. I just think it's more useful. But like, what else got an evolution where we saw Eviolite and was like, oh. Technically, Duraludon from Gen 8 can have an Eviolite now. In Gen 9, anyway. Oh, that's... Ooh. That's not bad. I have to remember what generations this stuff happens. When I was doing Dynamax Adventures and I had a Dunsparce, I almost picked Eviolite for it. Because you can do Eviolite Dunsparce in Gen 9, but not 8. I wonder if Eviolite Girafarig is worth it. Eh, probably not. I love Eviolite because it lets me use just, when I do raids in Pokemon, back when I did more like farming of raids for like Herba Mystica and stuff, people would always be like, hey, I'm bringing I'm bringing the Pokemon that does the damage. I need you to bring Screech, or for special defense, I need you to bring... Hey, I got a Ghost card. Ghost cards are extremely rare. I've only gotten... This is only the fourth one I've gotten in a pack. Over 3 different saves. Not bad. Yeah, it kind of reminded me of, I mean, I think it was a fox, not a dog, but the style of it kind of reminded me of, what's the name of that? I always forget the name of that game. What is the name of the Wii game that has that really cool, like, art style to it, where you play as a dog? I never remember the name of it. Okami. Again, I know that was a fox, not a wolf dog thing, but just the style of it reminded me of that. Ooh. I love this Tetramon. It's just called Ganon and has cannons for arms. Oh yeah, what I was saying about raids. Because they only want like Screech or Metal Sound or Fake Tears or Acid Spray, it allowed me to build a bunch of not fully evolved Pokemon and slap an Eviolite on them and get to use them. Because most of the time you have that strat. The strat is one person has the attack. The other 3 Pokemon have like Screech, for instance. It's Screech, 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 -6 defense, and then they hit them once and just die. That's the OCO strategy for farming. So you only have to be able to live one move, and not even that. If you die, it doesn't matter. My favorite is DWAT, the middle form of Oshawott. I like how I've always liked its design, and I can put an Eviolite on it, and it learns Screech. So that's like my favorite Screech user. Hi, Katie. Oh, you're brushing your dog's teeth? Good luck with that. I know a lot of the time people talk about how the middle form of starters aren't that good. I mostly agree. I don't like Charmeleon. I don't like Wartortle. But some of them are actually pretty cool. Bayleaf is cool. Grovyle is cool. And I really like DWAT. So I get to use if they want a physical bulky mon, because there's two sides of it, right? Are you fighting something that hits physical or special defensive? Like what are you fighting? Also, is the Pokemon that does the damage a physical attacker or a special attacker? If they want a Screech user and we're fighting a physically hitting Pokemon, I can use DWAT, because DWAT's defense is better than its special defense. It's all HP and defensive EVs. I made it a nature that helps defense and hurts special attack. Impish, maybe? I think it's what it is. So it literally can take a few hits and also just Screech. There is only one downside to a Screech user that has to hold an Eviolite to be able to survive some hits. You can't put a wide lens on it. That's what Umbreon runs. Umbreons can learn Screech and Fake Tears, so they're good for both. And it runs a wide lens, so it doesn't mix Screech as often. That is the only negative to using an Eviolighted Mon for Screech. It can miss more. But for Fake Tears, 100% accuracy. One of my favorite Fake Tears users is the middle form of Gothitelle. It actually has decent defenses. So an Eviolite plus Fake Tears, and it can learn Taunt, and something else that's useful. I also like Magneton. Magneton with an Eviolite's pretty good. I have a special defensive one and a defensive one, because it can learn Screech and Metal Sound. Technically, I should have 4 of them. I should have like physically defensive and specially defensive. And then I should also have Screech and Fake Tears, or Metal Sound, on 2 different ones as well. That way, if we're like facing a defensive hitting Mon that I have to lower its special defense, then I have the correct combination. My 2 is just physical defensive with Screech and special defensive with Metal Sound. But again, technically I should have 2 more. A gold hollow Nanomite. That was maybe the worst pack I've ever opened in my life. 60 cents total. You're a sucker for grass types in general. That is the one I've picked the most starter-wise. The grass starters I always picked first. The very first time through the game, Bulbasaur, Chikorita, Trico, Snivy, Rowlet, and Sprigatito. So most of them. I don't even really like grass types. For some reason, though, I always liked the grass starters. So I don't know, it kind of just became a thing. Now, did I pick the strongest starter each time I picked grass? No. Look, Gen 1 you can argue all the time. Venusaur is good, Charizard can be good, Blastoise can be good. There is no best. It's just like, I think they're all good. Gen 2, Meganium is definitely the worst one. Look, I love Meganium, okay? But it's definitely the worst one. Gen 3, they're all good. You can argue Infernape is the best one for the end stage. But Empoleon is very good. And, not Empoleon. Swampert can be very, very good. And Sceptile is fast, and I like all three. Oh! Hey, I got another ghost card. Did they increase the chance of ghost cards happening? Oh yeah, I meant the first Infernape. Blaziken. Proto-Infernape. They must have made ghost cards easier to get. There's no way I just got 2 back-to-back. I mean, you could look at it whichever way you want to go. I mean, I would argue that Infernape is the best firefighting starter. Without speed boost, that is, with Blaziken. Because Blaziken is not that fast. Without it. Gen 4, I picked Piplup as my starter. Again, I would argue Infernape is the best one, but I like Empoleon. I actually really like Torterra because it's a turtle Pokemon. It's definitely the worst one, the starter of the 3, but I still like it. Gen 5, I picked Snivy. What is considered the best starter of Gen 5? They're all kind of weird. Like, Superior is a fast Pokemon, but it's also bulky. It has a weird stat distribution. It's fast and bulky. Then you have Ganon thing. Name Pig Emboar. Emboar hits very hard, but it's slow. And Samurot's just kind of there. Sorry, I have a vendetta against Samurott. After seeing the design of Dewott, I was very disappointed in Samurott's evolution. It's fine. It looks fine. But I was expecting a little more considering Dewott's design. Maybe, I don't know, a bipedal otter samurai. Instead, we got a quadruped otter that has some weird thing on its head. Oh, there's still 2 packs left. Well, Superior, I think, has 2 uses. I believe Superior pretty much only has 2 roles in combat. One is a fast, bulky screen setter / subseeder. The other is Contrary Leaf Storm. That's it. Pick one. I like Superior. I really don't like snakes that much, but for some reason, I like Superior. I picked Snivy because it had an attitude. Like, just looking at it, I was just like, oh, look at that little, that little jerk. It's just like, I kind of want to pick it. Oh, a friend of mine and I had a code name for Snivy before we knew the English names. We dubbed him Smugleaf because of his smug attitude and him being a grass type. So I actually nickname, if I ever play a game where I pick Superior, which I guess would just be Gen 5, I always nickname it Smugleaf. Wait, what is in here? Oh, packs. Again, I'm just sad at what Oshawott could have become, given its design. Gen 6, I think it's pretty obvious what the best starter is. Although you could argue it now because Protean got nerfed into the ground. Greninja's probably still the best one, but... I think arguments can be made for Chestnut as well. Chestnut is a very, very bulky Pokemon. And then you have the one I chose, Fennekin. I don't regret my choice. Delphox might be probably the worst one, but I don't regret my choice. I like Delphox. I chose Fennekin because it's Fennekin. I chose Fennekin because it was a Fennec Fox, and I like them. Like, I chose it for that reason. I had no idea it was going to become a magician. Gen 7 I barely played. Rowlet is my favorite starter. As far as best goes, I mean, people like Incineroar, right? Right? Incineroar is a thing, right? VGCs especially. And I think Primarina is just good. Water Fairy is surprisingly good. Then you have Decidueye. I like it. It might be the worst one out of the three, but I like it. It did get a new form. Why am I just standing here? What am I doing? I'm lost. I'm lost. Where do I go? This is only a one-room building and I'm lost. And then Gen 8. I mean, it's hard to argue that Cinderace isn't the best one. Yes, its ability also got nerfed, like Protean. But Rillaboom is fun. I'm not a huge fan of Inteleon. And I chose Sobble as my starter. I almost chose Grookey. I actually do really like Grookey. In Gen 9, they're all good. They are all good. I mean, you have the cat, which has a crit guaranteeing move, stab move, and has some pretty good speed and attack to it. You have the water duck that has a move that hits pretty hard and raises its speed every time you use it. Then you have Fuecoco, who has a move that hits pretty hard and raises its special attack every time you use it. They're all good. The duck can have Moxie, which is ridiculous. The ghost pepper alligator thing can have Unaware, which is also very good. I don't remember what the cat gets. What is the cat's hidden ability? Isn't it Libero? The same as Cinderace? Which did get nerfed, but... Cool. 1 pack. Thank you. Also, you said, what does Delphox say? Abracadabra. Or any of the Harry Potter spells that I don't know. Leviosa. That's all I know. Why did you buy a bunch of plushies and a bunch of card sleeves? What a weird purchase. Plushies. I guess I could buy one of each of those. And also some of these, because these actually sell nicely. Bop, bop, bop. You know, when I mentioned what should get an evolution, I have an answer. I have a stupid answer that would make no sense, but I'm still going to say it. Ditto. It makes no sense at all, but I'm still going to say it. Ditto. What if Ditto got an evolution that made it actually usable without transforming? That's its whole gimmick. But what if they actually gave Ditto an evolution that you could do, where it loses its ability to transform, but it just becomes like a strong normal type? I think that'd be kind of funny. Oops. There was that double click. I just want to see some fun Pokemon get evolutions. Like, again, Cast Form. With Terrestrializing, I feel like Cast Form kind of lost some of its uniqueness. I'm not sure how you do a Cast Form evolution. It was suggested that maybe it evolves like an Eevee, to where if it evolves in a weather, it becomes that type permanently, but still keeps normal. And that would give us a normal ground and normal ice type, which we are lacking. What else? What other Pokemon deserves an evolution even though it'd be terrible? None of the Pikachu clones should get an evolution. Relicanth. It said no one ever. I bet if there was a poll where people could write in their own answers and people would vote for them and stuff, no one is saying Relicanth. I like Relicanth. I also like Cherim, but Cherim's thing is already its thing. If it evolved, I'm not sure what it would do. What else? Maybe like even something like Tentacruel. But I think Tentacruel's stats are too good to give it an evolution. Now, if we were talking about new Mega Evolutions, that's a whole new topic. Because you can give that to a Pokemon that already evolves twice. Now, I've been avoiding all the leaks and stuff for the new Pokemon game coming out. I know it brings back Megas, and I know that some new Megas have been leaked. I don't know any of them. I don't want to know any of them. I want to be surprised. So I might inadvertently mention a Pokemon that gets a Mega finally, but I don't want a confirmation. The new game is based around Kalos, right? So what Kalos Pokemon could they give a Mega to that would be fun? Also, the Pokemon doesn't have to evolve. Some fully evolved Pokemon got a Mega, like Audino. How about Mega Aegislash? Talk about broken. That would be insane. I don't remember my Kalos Pokemon very well. What Gen 6 Pokemon are there? That a Mega would be pretty cool. I don't know. As I said, I don't know my Gen 6 Pokemon very well. Wait, isn't the new Pokemon based in Johto, not Kalos? Even though the game is called like ZA, which reminds me of X and Y. I think it's based on Johto, isn't it? Yeah, because 2 of the starters are Johto Pokemon. And then Tepik for some reason. So it would be Gen 2 Pokemon that might get some Megas. Now we're talking. Honestly, any of them. Any pure Gen 2 Pokemon that has not gotten anything should get a Mega. Again, Octillery, Sunflora. I just thought of one that'd be weird. Forretress. A Forretress Mega Evolution. That would be weird. What else is there in Gen 2 that's just kind of forgotten? Noctowl. They're not going to... Well, I would say they're not going to give Noctowl a Mega Evolution. They gave Pidgeot one. Oh, Mega Noctowl would be cool. I've always liked Noctowl. Just because I think owls are cool. Mega Kingdra. They're not going to do that. Well, they might. I mean, they gave Salamence a Mega, which was insane. T-Tar already has a Mega Evolution. I'm trying to think. Like, what are some Gen 2 Pokemon that are just incredibly forgettable? Unknown. No, please. Don't just leave Unknown alone. It's dead. Leave it alone. Lantern? Mega Lantern would be kind of cool. Or a new evolution. I mean, Lantern stats are good, but they're not fantastic. That'd be kind of fun. Then you have Pokemon that already got stuff, like Yanma, Sneasel, Dunsparce, Girafarig, Ursaring already got a new thing. That is incredibly powerful. Stantler got something new as well. Hell, what Gen 2 Pokemon are left that haven't gotten something or I've already mentioned? Xatu? Mega Xatu? That would be kind of cool. Hmm. Mega Delibird. Delibird got its own paradox form. But you know what? I wouldn't say no to a Mega Delibird. I know I'm forgetting a few. Come on. What are some of those, like, just super forgettable Gen 2 Pokemon? I'm trying to think of one. Every time I think of one, I realize I'd already got something. I know there's at least one or two I'm forgetting. Have we been selling a lot? I feel like our shelf is still pretty full. Huh. Are we having a bit of a bad day sell-wise? Maybe not. I think it's just everything's been selling a little bit. We don't want to run out of decontamination juice. Get out. We're closed. Bring up your final purchases. We're closed. Bring up your final purchases. You know what? Exact change. That's fine. He was the last customer. Had exact change. Made it faster. That's fine. How much does decorating cost? Oh my god, it's expensive. Hey, we won't be doing this for a while. Posters? Oh, posters are a cool idea. What is... Okay. Oh, you can get posters of the ghost cards. Some of them, anyway. Interesting. Huh. Pay my stupid bills. Alright, here is what we're going to do. Oh! Aw, but it's I need another day or two of selling before I can get that. It costs $2,000 just for the license. Yeah, adult stuff is not fun. Usually. Oh, box is empty. That was perfect. I do need to start Sacred Stones at some point. I keep not playing it because every time I pick up my Switch and think, you know what, tonight's the night. I'm going to play some Sacred Stones in bed and be all comfy in Switch portable mode. And what do? I do Dynamax Adventures because I'm trying to hunt for shiny Pokemon every time. But I want to play that Vision Quest game eventually. Hey, I don't really want to. I really don't think I'm going to stream Sacred Stones. Just first time playing through it, whatever. But if I get used to the mechanics, maybe I'll stream Vision Quest. Because the issue of like not knowing what I'm doing won't be a thing. Because I am very bad at Fire Emblem games. Like even Three Houses, I was bad at. The way the combat system in those games work, it's just not my thing. I'm not good at it. Before anyone brings up like, well, what about Final Fantasy Tactics? What about XCOM? I'm not good at that either. I'm just a little better. The mechanics of Fire Emblem is different than Final Fantasy Tactics. One thing that hurts me is the fact that Tactics and XCOM have smaller teams, which I'm better at. Fire Emblem can have like ridiculous numbers of people, especially enemies. Tactics never has that many. Yes, XCOM can, but they normally pop up in groups. You don't see a map of like 30 enemies at once. It's a little overwhelming for me. Closed. Negative $1,300. Oh yeah. All right, today is a full sale day. Once we make some money, we'll buy the new card. I'm going to have to buy another shelf too, so that's more money. I only need one for now. Hello? Anyone want to buy some cards? Hello? Would you like to buy 1,000,000 packs today? I'm having a sale. Buy 1,000,000 packs, get one free. I need to check my prices. Why? Why do people keep buying this? I don't know how many people have come in here this stream and bought like 5 or 6 of these things. What do I not know? What's happening? I mean, it's good. They're expensive, kind of. Hello? What just happened? Oh. Oh. Also off stream, I've been testing some stuff. That Stargate mod for Star Wars World at War. I was testing like the full conquest mode, not the story mode stuff. I want to save that for stream because it has like cool story events from the show and kind of like a what if scenario for certain people winning. I've been testing the full conquest mode as different people to kind of like, I did it as the humans. Now I'm doing it as the Wraith and kind of seeing like how stuff works. For an example of that, I don't know how to get out of the Pegasus Galaxy. The humans go to Atlantis. That's how they get there. But when I'm controlling the Wraith, I don't know how I get to the Milky Way. I haven't found how to do that yet. And that's why I'm playing. I'm trying to figure out like what are like the trigger points for things. And that I don't know. There's also another plushie I could buy as well. I could get the 4th plushie. It sounds so like it's such a legendary thing. The 4th plushie. Which I believe is the bat. Hey, you selling a ghost card? No, you're selling a $4 card. Let's see. Let's go ahead and buy the other shelf. Whoop. I should be able to fit one more shelf there. Yes, perfect. It's perfect. And since when you buy the things to make the store bigger, it goes that way. It doesn't go this way, which is unfortunate. I kind of wish the store would go deeper, at least once. But there is a door here, and having the door here would be weird if it also didn't move, because you'd have like a door here and then some more space. So I kind of get why they didn't do that. Whew, had to mute to sneeze. Ah. Allergies. When I woke up this morning, I could tell allergies were going to be bad today. Because when I woke up, I could feel like my eyes were like slightly swollen. Oh, allergy day. I love allergy day. You know, it's one of those holidays that happens more than once a year. And it's kind of random. I especially enjoy Wednesdays because that's the day where the city cuts all the grass. And I'm allergic to grass. Grass messes me up. I've gotten over some allergies. Like cats don't seem to bother me that much anymore. I think dogs still do. But cut grass will still mess me up. Even inside, when they cut the grass, it still gets to me. You know, I can probably start trading now for the little cards. Like if someone comes up with like a $5 card that I don't have, I should probably just buy it. Over time, it's going to add up. I just didn't want to start that yet, but hey, what do you got? See, this is a $700 card. And the market's only $600. Now again, it's a good way to make money. Sometimes you'll find someone selling a card for way lower than the market value. You can make a profit. But like I said, I want to keep my cards. There's a reason why I'm actually going to buy a card table and sell some individual cards just to get that task off the screen. I'm going to put on a bunch of cheap cards that I have a million of, sell the appropriate amount, and then get rid of it. Because I'm tired of that being there. But I want to keep it, because if someone comes in like, hey, I have this rare, I want to trade for this rare that you have more than one of. Cool. Good. 37. I have 9 of them. Yes, I'd love to have my 10th Trickstar. Oh. Oh, that's it. I'll be with you in 1 second. Ooh, lots of stuff. Lots of variety. I mean, considering we don't sell that many items. I could be selling like 3 times as many items right now. And it would have required way more shelving. It would have required probably storage shelving. It would have required to make the store bigger for the shelves. By choosing what to sell, it makes this a better experience for me. Especially since I described like how the algorithm works for items. There are no slow movers. I can't just have like one box of something lasts me forever. 1 week, the customers will come in and be like, I want this. And I'll just keep having to put it in stock, and it's just annoying. In a real hobby store, it would be easier. Because you would know it moves super slow and just be like, I'll buy a box, and I don't have to worry about it for like a year. I don't have this. Sure. I'll give you $4 for it. Yeah. We can probably go ahead and do this now. All right, everybody. We have a new item in stock. I believe these are called Legendary. Yes, Legendary Card Pack. They are $8, which is only 26 cents over market price, which I think is definitely good. Considering you can get away with going up pretty high. Oop. Who's going to be the first one to buy a pack? Ah! They heard about the new cards. I could have bought 2 more. Eh. All right, everyone. Come in and get your new Legendary packs. It has evolutions of some of your favorite Tetramon, finally. What do you want to trade me? I have 39 of these. Would you like to buy 38 of them from me? Is the question. Only one person has bought Legendary packs so far. Oh. Yeah. One of you. One of you. You. You're full. Eh. Could use a small one. Well, I might as well get the big one. And technically I can get 2 more of those. Goodbye, all my money. It's been fun. And now what do? We complete the cycle. We're out of money again, but we have new product. So we sell. Yes, we sell everything. So would anyone like cards? Would anyone like my blood? Here. Oh, hey. Oh, you want to trade? I only have 1 of these, so I'm not going to trade you. Again, the benefit of having multiples of cards. If I had more than 1, I could have traded. Oh, I actually found out something interesting. If anyone wasn't aware of let's see, let me, hold on, before I have enough money for this, okay. You know how, like, with some places you can donate plasma and you get paid for it? When I was in high school, a lot of people I knew didn't have part-time jobs. They just donated plasma. In fact, one of them, that was back, I don't know if this happens now, but that was back when they would pay for certain blood types, because apparently blood types affects plasma. And one of them, someone I knew, had like a very rare blood type. So they got paid $600 a week to go twice and donate plasma. And when you're in high school, that's a lot. That was like, I don't need a part-time job. I'm just gonna do this. I think places stopped doing that, where like it didn't matter what blood type you had. It was just like, hey, money, here you go. Well, I was never able to do that. One, I didn't want to, because I'm really not a fan of things puncturing my skin. Especially considering I know how big the needle is for that. The needle for giving plasma is much bigger than a normal needle for like a shot. Just knowing that doesn't help. But yeah, ever since I've been going to the doctor more, I've had more blood taken in the last year than I have my entire life. So I've kind of like gotten used to just the blood draw needle, which is very small. I usually don't even feel it. It depends on who you get. Sometimes I've gone there and I felt it a little bit. One time I went there, it actually kind of really hurt. I don't know what they did to me, but most of the time though, I don't even feel it. I've also had a spinal tap done. That alone should make me a little more comfortable with needles. To be honest, it wasn't even the spinal tap that hurt. It was the numbing agent beforehand. That hurt. Obviously, it would have hurt more if I didn't get that. But the numbing agent actually hurt a lot. I wasn't expecting it. I'm not used to being stabbed in my lower back. And I didn't know that the stuff they were giving me, they should have warned me. The stuff they give you for that, it like radiates from the point of where it injects and it burns. I did not know it was going to do that. They did not warn me. So not only did the initial, injection hurt, but then it like started spreading and it was burning and I was like, this is an interesting sensation. It's not very comfortable. I did not know it was going to do that. The actual spinal tap itself, I didn't even feel it. Except for the fact that the person doing it hit a nerve in my spine twice. Like, he hit it the first, it was like, ah. And then he was like, okay, a little bit this way. Ah. It's just like, how did you hit it twice? Apparently my spine is like turned a little bit. Not like in a scoliosis way, I guess, but like just like the actual like spinal column and where the nerves are, it's just like slightly turned a little bit, one way. So that's why you hit the nerve twice. He had to go like a little further over than usual. Like, yay, twisty spine. Actually, we're doing pretty good. All our shelves are full. Yeah. Yeah. Here comes more negative. Ouch. But yeah, you'd think having that done would make me, like, not even care about, like, stuff in my arm anymore. It's just, I've never had it done before. And the fact that it stays in your arm for like, how long doesn't it take like a half an hour to an hour with just like a thing in your arm? That I'm not a huge fan of either. With the blood drawn, it's like, okay, we're done. It's not a big deal. Like when I was in the hospital, I hated the fact that I had 2 IVs constantly in my arms. They were just in there. They put them in and left them in for ease of use, and I hated it. Because I constantly looked down, and I would constantly know that there were 2 fairly large gauge needles in my arm. And I was just like, I hate this. Bum, 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 bum. Ugh. Well, the reasoning was I couldn't do it in high school because if you've lived in certain countries in certain years, you can't. You also can't donate blood. Now, luckily, my blood type is like garbage. It's like my blood type is like A positive or something. It's very, very common. It would have been bad if it was like super rare, but I still couldn't donate if needed. It's at least I can know that like I can't donate blood even if I wanted to. Again, don't like needles, but the blood thing isn't that bad. But I was not able to. Oh, yeah. See, I would have felt bad if I was like O negative, but I couldn't donate because of where I lived at one point. It's like, no. But apparently, or so I've heard, that it's been long enough where some of them are expiring. Like some of the like flags for certain time periods are expiring because it's been long enough. Apparently mad cow disease can stay in your system for like a decade or 2. But if you haven't gotten it by now, then you're good. So I think I might be able to now. Which kind of worries me that I know I can now. Like, when I had to give like 8 vials of blood for testing, I almost passed out. Like, I'm not used to blood loss. 0, and I don't have it. I hate to see what doing plasma would do to me. I would just pass. Hey, might be a good thing. I go to bed, get up, it's done. I'm giving you 5s because I just want to. But yeah, now that I know I can, and the options there, it's like, oh man, I kind of maybe preferred it when I couldn't, because now the option's there, and it's not like I'm making a lot of money right now. I'm making no money, so the little extra income would be nice. Are there like long-term effects of donating plasma? Are there? Like, blood is one thing. Your body's constantly producing it. I'm sure there's a point where when you get to a certain age, they might not let you do it anymore. But with plasma, is there like a long-term effect of that? My age doesn't help me. The reason, like, my friends doing it in high school was cool because they're like 18 years old. Their body is like at its peak, probably in terms of producing like extra stuff. I'm almost 40 now, so it's just like I feel like that's just gonna destroy me. And also the window for doing it's probably a lot smaller now. No. What? Do. You know, I'm not even sure what blood type I am. Does it even matter for plasma? It does, right? It has to, right? Or is the part that makes it a certain type taken out? I don't know. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Again, I don't know what my blood type is, but I'm pretty sure it's very common. Like I would say, I think it's A positive. So it's like lowest possible value of blood in terms of like need and value. So yeah, I'll give plasma with my very, very, very common A positive blood. I mean, what about stuff like, I know this sounds dumb, but what about stuff like high cholesterol? Like, I wonder if that plays a part, right? There's got to be some things that, like, they don't want. Although if it's just, like, pure blood and plasma, that shouldn't matter, right? Like, I knew someone who had way too much iron in their blood. So they would actually go and get it filtered. They would, like, drain their blood and like filter it and get a lot of iron taken out. And they said they felt way better afterwards. Certain medications. I wonder. I have 0 of them. I will give you $3. Awesome. Go get a burrito from Taco Bell. Because they're like $3 now, apparently. Man, for $3, I could have gotten 2 McDoubles in the past with tax. And now $3 is like one thing. I've been having like a craving for Taco Bell for a while now. Just, I have not had Taco Bell in so long. I know it's garbage. I know it's terrible, but that's the point. Sometimes you just want something bad. How do you think McDonald's is still in business? I have 0 of them. You know what? I'll give you $9. But yeah, the fact that I almost passed out giving 8 little vials of blood for testing, I don't know how plasma giving would affect me. I know they're like putting it right back into you and they're filtering out the plasma, but I don't know how my body would react to it. Especially the first time. Like, I'm already tired as it is. Like, I'm just gonna feel worse. Hello. Hey. Yeah, I don't have. Also, the one you want is better than the one you have. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, but it's like, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. There are 2, I'm not even sure what to call it. Not a factor, but it's like, there are 2 things about me with stuff. 1, I get used to things very quickly. Like medication, for instance. I might take a medication that just messes me up. But literally in 2 or 3 days, I'm fine. Like, side effects will go away very quickly. It also is bad in terms of like pain relief, though. I've been on Vicodin a few times in the past, and I took one Vicodin day 1, was completely out of it. Took one day 2, almost felt normal. Third day I took 2 because they told me I could. Didn't even feel as strong as the first day. Fourth day I took 2 and barely felt it, and I was like, okay, I'm stopping now. But, so I get used to stuff very quickly. But the first time or two that I take something, it really affects me. It's like those two, it's like those extremes of like the first time I do something, it really affects me. But after only a few times, it doesn't really affect me anymore. Like I had blood taken like 3 times within like a 2-week period. The last time I had it taken, I didn't feel a difference. I felt fine. Because I got used to it quickly. I'm just worried about the initial experience and how much it's going to just destroy me. Also, just thinking about that kind of stuff, I don't remember if I checked the box organ donor on my driver's license or not. I'm sure I had to have, right? Like, what do I care? I'm dead. I'm like, I don't remember if I remember to or not. Oh, yeah. Sometimes people come in and just buy like 10 of them. I don't know why. Smelly. The question I should be asking is, do they want my organs? Man, my heart has got to be terrible. For as out of shape as I'm in. And how I ate like nothing but fatty foods for like 3 years on keto. And it's just like, oh man, that thing's gotta be not in great shape. Like, which ones are in good shape? My lungs probably suck. I've had low lung capacity for a long time. They just don't get a workout at all. Like, I know there's a thing where if you don't breathe in deep a lot, sometimes there's this thing that can affect your lungs where, like, the bottom part of it just isn't used. I forget what it's called. Would not surprise me if I had that. Kidneys. I've never had kidney stones. Maybe they're okay. I don't know, how's my salt intake? I do need to drink more water. And the liver, who knows? I've had several blood drawn tests where they look for an enzyme. Basically, it looks for an enzyme in your bloodstream. If your liver is damaged, you'll see more of it because it's literally like the cells of it breaking down like into your bloodstream. The last couple of times I've tested it, twice it was way too high, but then one time it was fine. And that was the one in the middle. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't have like any other symptoms when it comes to like liver problems, so I guess it's fine. It's just kind of random. Maybe that's just me. Some people have different numbers. Everyone has a different baseline. That could just be mine. Although I did read that if you're on keto for too long, it is possible to permanently damage your liver. Well, hopefully it wasn't permanent. All right. Because while the number was too high, that last time, it wasn't as high. So maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we're fine. Not that one. And hey, lucky for everyone else, brain transplants aren't a thing. Because you don't want mine. Did I already put one in there? No. Oh, I should have ordered the plushies. Man, plushies are expensive. Oops. All right, what we got? Packs. Yeah. Wow, I should have bought more of that. That's okay. For whatever reason, those star plushies sell like crazy. Super popular. Oh, I bought one of these, but I also had some, so there's, yeah, that's just there now. Legendary. Well, there's only 2 up there, so. Oh, I didn't need any of these, did I? Nope. No, I did not. I think I have enough of that. We are going to order. I think it's time. I think it's time. I think it's time for the end of stream pack opening. We've been going almost 5 hours. I think it's a good time to start this. Since knowing me and how much I talk about stuff, this will probably last another 30 minutes. All right. Just 5 hours left. Don't forget the blitzball part. Don't forget that part. You know what game never came out on Steam? It's been in coming out soon or whatever for the longest time. I remember like 4 years ago, someone found a page on Steam for that aquarium simulator game. Because I was probably playing Mass Effect 2 at the time. I don't think it ever came out. I'm not even sure if it's still there. That could have been a fun little game to play once. Guess what I'm going to play after stream? I'm going to play Overwatch. because I feel like crying, I guess. But I know, I still enjoy Overwatch. It's just the matchmaking is so bad. When I solo queue, I'll be put into a game where my team and I just steamroll the other team. Like, it's not even close. And then I get put into a game where it happens to us. There's no consistency. Hey, I got a gold hollow. Okay. I still have some challenges left to do for the classic mode, which is 6v6. And it's the patch that was like back in 2000. So it only has a certain number of characters and it has like their abilities. That's back when Cassidy was McCree and he had his flashbang that would just freeze you in place for like 2 seconds. Didn't miss that. Flashbang, fan the hammer, dead. I also didn't miss DPS Doomfist. That's a fun experience. Hey, I got punched into a wall once and died. Like, the tank version of him might be able to punch you into a wall and do decent damage, but he won't just instant kill you. I actually liked that Doomfist got moved to tank. By the way, gold hollow 3s. We're getting some decent cards. Also, I do like playing tank when there's another tank. I like that. I used to be off tank anyway, so I could play Zarya or like Diva or something. You know the one tank I have a hard time playing in that version of the game? Reinhardt. I was awful with Reinhardt in Overwatch 1, and for some reason in 2, I'm like okay with him. And I couldn't quite figure out why. Reinhardt has 2 differences between Overwatch 1 and 2. 1, he has 2 fire strikes instead of 1. Not that much of a difference. That probably isn't the reason why. 2, when you charge forward, you can't cancel in 1. When you charge forward in 2, you can cancel it early if you want. I use charge a lot as Reinhardt, but I don't use it to pin people. I use it to reposition and get closer for the hammer or go around a corner. With Overwatch 1 Reinhardt, I can't do that. You just keep going until you hit a wall. That is a very big change for me. I need to be able to cancel it. It's just how I play. I got so used to it, and that alone, I think, made me better with him. It fit my playstyle of using charge as a reposition, not an attack, that I can't cancel out of. Okay. Oh. I'll take 2 new cards. Oh. I got all the challenges done for playing tank. All I have left is like 10 games of offense, and I think like 1 or 2 less than that for support. You only get experience for it, but I'll take it. I should play Stadium more before it ends. I actually kind of like it. I'm not very high ranked. My highest rank is DPS somehow. And it's not that high. I'm not a huge fan of doing tank in Stadium, because the only tank I can play in Stadium is Reinhardt. And I feel like if you don't get a proper matchup, you're going to be useless. Like, Fire Strike build can be fun, but sometimes I prefer to go like super shield mode, where you make your shield like twice as good, and it comes back faster. But if you're playing against certain people, like flankers and things, it doesn't do anything. Like, cool, my 2 teammates are flankers who aren't going to stand behind my shield, and their DPS are also flankers. So my shield does nothing. Hey, I got a full art that thing. Boop. There is another fun thing about Stadium, because it's the first season and they haven't added a lot of players and a lot of characters into it. It's missing a lot of characters I don't like to play against. It doesn't have Doomfist. It doesn't have Ball. It doesn't have Sombra. It's gonna be a sad day when those get introduced. Man, I can't wait. I can't wait to see Doomfist and Sombra with all those perks. Just imagine that. Imagine Doomfist in Stadium with all those health increases, or just damage increase, or ability damage increase. And then imagine Sombra. Every character has a handful of like personal perks you can pick that only they have. Like, Mei has one that doubles the distance of her gun, which is fun. It's fun when you're on that side. I can't wait to see Doomfist and Sombra's special perks. It's gonna be loads of fun. Oh, a gold edition Crorathian. That isn't fun to say. I mean, we can play. I don't mind either of those modes for once. Classic is fine. I can't play it for too long because it's just, I don't know, sometimes people lean into the old broken stuff and it's just annoying. Like, they'll have Cassidy, Doomfist as DPS, and they'll have Roadhog as a tank and the stupid old Too Good hook and his one-shot kill thing, and blech. But Stadium could be fun. Again, it depends on your matchup. Like, if you want to have I'm trying to think what the best characters to pick are if you want a safe pick. You can't switch. So honestly, I think Zarya is probably the most safest tank pick. Because the things that are supposed to counter her really don't counter her. Because there's Zarya. And I think Diva's probably the worst pick. Because if your team picks Diva as your tank for the entire match, and they have Zarya, Mei, and Moira, you're not doing anything. Like, you might as well not even have Defense Matrix. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Diva doesn't have a perk that allows her Defense Matrix to eat beams. Honestly, if they added that, it would make Diva way better in Stadium. It would offset the fact that if the other team has 3 beam users, you're dead. Like, allow her defense matrix to eat beams. And it would actually make her viable. I'm not saying a Diva can't beat a Zarya. I've seen it. I've seen Divas go all in on armor because Zarya's beam isn't very good against armor. So I've actually seen a Diva, like, stand up to a Zarya, but only when they went, like, super defensive. Ana is also awesome. Because, again, anti. Anti's always good. It's always good. One of my favorite builds is just super tanky Mei. It's really fun because you just don't die. Like I said, I once had a Mei in like one of the last rounds who had like 700 health. It was so stupid. I would just constantly spray people with her ice gun and they couldn't kill me. I just had so much health. I was just a constant annoyance. Which is what Mei is. She had a perk where every round, the damage you did with her primary weapon would give you armor, and it would stay there till the end of the round. So the more damage you did, up to a point, like the more armor you got, and then I would give a perk of like plus this amount of armor, or like plus a percentage armor, and it was just, oh man. Also, the perk that doubles the distance of her primary fire is just funny. Being able to hit people with Mei from that far away, it's just fun. She also had a perk that her max HP went up as a percentage of her ability score. And there was one where if you put up a wall, for every ice pillar of your wall that's still up, you get an ability score increase. So when you put up a wall, you get like 60 extra health. As long as it was up. There was also one where your secondary fire turned into a snowball. And when it hit people, it would slow them down. Ooh. Soldier's also just good overall damage. I can't play Cassidy or Ashe. They are very good in Stadium, but only if you're accurate. Like, they do fantastic damage, but only if you're accurate. And my accuracy with those characters, we'll say it's literally hit and miss. Well, we're back to the basic set. Ooh, a gold hollow. Regular EX, but hey, I needed it. Every new card I get is positive. Also, we're already level 21. Opening cards gives you experience. And I believe when you get good cards, you get more experience. Yep. That is a big reason why I like playing Mei in Stadium. Because if the other team has a Genji, at least I can, like, tolerate him. I can freeze through his stupid deflect. I can mess with him. Again, keep in mind, I'm a controller player on PC. There's certain characters I can't play, and there's certain characters I can't play against. A lot of them are the same. Genji, Tracer. I can't move. I can't turn fast enough to play them or play against them. So when Genji's just jumping all over me, I can't turn fast enough to deal with it. Now, I'm still missing quite a few cards from the basic set, but we're just not getting any of them, because I'm pretty much only missing, like, holos of stuff, and EXs, and full arts. Which we're not gonna get very often. I did look up some builds for some of the characters. Again, it's based on a build might be very good in one person's hands, but not good in another. For instance, the best soldier build I found was built around the Holo rocket. Holo rocket? The Helix rocket. It completely buffs his ability score, which makes that rocket just do stupid damage. And when you use an ability, you can up your weapon damage. So it's all about, like, shoot, Helix rocket, shoot, Helix rocket. But I wasn't very good with it. I don't seem to have the greatest aim with Helix rocket. Now, the Reinhardt build I found was actually pretty good. It's all about lifesteal and attack speed. Not damage, although some damage is helpful. Ignore the fire strike stuff. That can be fun, but whatever. It's all about movement speed, attack speed, and lifesteal. You get in someone's face, and because your movement speed is buffed, they can't get away. And because you attack so quickly, you're technically doing more damage than damage increase would. And you're lifestealing from them. I've used it. It's dumb. Yep, they had to. It was dumb. In fact, there was a perk that I think everyone has access to, but it was super broken for Reinhardt because it involved melee. And technically, his main attack is a melee. On normal people, the perk was okay, but on Rein, it was way too good. Like, one melee strike buffed you in some way, and I think it's stacked. And again, normal characters don't melee that much, right? Like, you know, Genji and Doomfist do a little bit because they're up close already. But with Reinhardt, it counted his primary fire as a melee. So it was just dumb. I mean, they nerfed Soldier, too. They nerfed his thing where when you shoot the Helix rocket, you get a certain amount of time of free visor. They cut that thing in half. Because it was just, once you got to the end game, and you had so much rate of fire and so much damage, that 0.75 seconds of free visor was too much. You could one-shot people. I did. In the early days of Stadium, once you built it for like damage and speed, and got that free visor, you could one-shot supports. I'm pretty sure May lost some perk. The last time I used her, she didn't seem as good defensively. I think they might have gotten rid of something for her. Because the ability to make her super bulky was just too good. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Because I pretty much only play as tank, Rhine, as DPS, Soldier, and May, and as support, I played Juno mostly. Juno was fun, because you can just spam her lock-on drone thing. I once had a fight. You know that Clash battle type? And the one that takes place like where there's like the first point is like inside. I did that one once. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen in Overwatch. Because I had Juno's thing where you could lock on faster and you could shoot it twice, and how many lock-ons you have dictates the cooldown. I had a battle where we started at the middle point. I got my ultimate in less than a minute. And before we even took that first point, I had like 5k damage. Because everyone was on the point fighting, and I kept locking on to my entire team and the entire enemy team. And it was just like fire, 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 fire. Because I kept healing and damaging. I had my ultimate in about a minute. They had no shield. They had no one to block it. And they were all like close-up people, like May and Reaper. And it was just like, they're all just right there. It was like May, Reaper, Junker Queen, Lucio. It's like, yep, I'll just sit right back here and just... They might have nerfed her too. I think she had a perk that added an explosive effect to her drones on the enemy. I don't think it's there anymore. Because it was just like too much damage for how often you could use that thing. Doodle 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 doo doo. But man, I'm kind of afraid to see some heroes in that game type, like Sombra and Doomfist. I'm kind of afraid to see what's going to happen with them. And just see what they give them as their, like, special perks. I can't wait to be triple hacked. It's going to be fun. Or a perk that makes her virus thing last like twice as long. Or can you imagine if a perk of hers gave her 2 uses of virus and you could just stack them on somebody? Well, they're dead. Or what if there's a perk where when you hack a health kit, it doesn't show that it's hacked, but when you touch it, it hurts you. Imagine that being a perk that she gets, where when she hacks a health kit, you can't tell if it's hacked, and when you pick it up, it hurts you for that much health. Oh, that'd be so bad. Yeah, these are very Pokemon-like. A few of them are very Digimon-like. I mean, there is a difference. Like the one that has cannons for arms, that is very Digimon to me. Oh, Digimon. Hey, Digimon World was the reason why I bought a PlayStation. When Digimon World was coming out, I didn't have a PlayStation. And I reserved it. And I waited until it came out and then got a PlayStation. I was a little disappointed. I didn't really like the game that much. But I got good use out of my PlayStation later. Final Fantasy VII. I played 8 on PC. When I first played 9, it was on console. Tactics. I think I got good use out of it. Then when I got my PS2, I sold my PlayStation to a friend. Ooh. A full art this thing. It evolves from Yev. We got a full art of the evolved form of Yev. Okay, see, out of all these designs, from like left to right, my gut feeling. Pokemon, 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 Digimon, Digimon, Pokemon. Ooh. A gold hollow Sharfin. Bum 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 bum. Mummy. I've opened a lot of packs. We've gotten some decent cards. We still need a lot more, though. Oh, we need so many. We need so many holo cards. Hey, there's one. Ooh. Well, we're down to 2 boxes of this, and then some packs of Legendary, which we haven't opened any of yet. So that first pack, every single card is going to be new. Well, tomorrow is going to be Suikoden 1 again. I think I am going to do kind of a split stream. I'm gonna play Suikoden 1 for like probably like 3 hours. And depending where we are. And then we're gonna do some Dynamax adventures for the last half of stream. I kind of enjoyed that mix. Even though those last couple runs I did on Tuesday were very painful. They were very cursed. We did get a shiny. Not a legendary, but it was something. It was on the very first run, too. I forget what it was. What was the... Was it it might have been Lantern. Yeah, I think it was Lantern. Not a terrible shiny. Instead of being blue and yellow, it's purple and yellow. It's not terrible. Ooh. Okay, we're on to our last box, which we get to open legendary cards for the first time. Yay. Okay, we're starting off with an EX, that's good. Okay, I have to point two things out here. That Goo Dragon thing, something about its face reminds me of Ninja Turtles. Meet Shredder with his helmet. Also, the third card, that is just pointy, non-flying Latios, or Latias. That's what that is. And Julie, I have a feeling for the Turtles Marathon thing, most of it's going to come from you. Just a thought. Ooh. Well, I mean, it's not worth a lot, but it's a holo first edition. So we haven't had a big pull in a while. It'd be nice to get one more in these packs. Like a holo EX would be probably good enough. I'll take it. I mean, a holo full art would be amazing. Or just a regular full art. Alright, we got a holo silver edition. Na, 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 na. Oh, a hollow gold edition. 200 bucks. Okay. I believe that's all the cards. Yep, this is it. Our last 8 packs. Well, we're not getting anything good, but we're still getting some new cards. So that's something. That was... okay, shouldn't have said that. That was a nothing pack. Okay, new. I'd like to end on something decent, but... I don't think I'm going to. Nope. We did get 2 ghost cards. Either they lowered the odds, or in that case, I mean they upped the odds, whatever. They made it easier to get ghost cards, or they didn't, and we got super lucky. Because ghost cards, that I streamed this like 4 times for that first store, and we got 1 ghost card the entire time. So, we've already gotten 2. Can I mix and match? I don't think I can I? Oh, I can! Alright, how about this? To end stream, we'll open 1 of each pack. We'll make this a little tradition. 1 of each pack. Garbage. Okay, nothing new. Hey! A hollow silver. And lastly, I mean, I'll take a new card. All right. We now have 583 of the cards. I have 47 of these things. I wonder which one we have the most of. We have 1 hollow of the pig. There's the evolve form. That. Oh, I have 2 full art Yevs. Okay. Oh, look at all the saplings we have. We're only missing 3 of them. We're missing gold, EX, and full art. Of course, the 3 rarest ones, but... Why there's so many pages? Are there really 121 pages in this thing? I didn't realize there were that many cards. What if I just, like, we gotta do this quickly. Or we're never gonna get through it. Whoa, whoa, we have a lot of those. We're only missing 3 of these, too. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the ones back here are new. They put all the new ones at the end of the set, which makes sense. So the other ones still keep their number. Yeah. We don't have any Destiny cards yet. And we have 6 Ghost cards. That's not bad. We don't have any of the ones that are worth like 2K. But hey, not a bad start to Ghost cards. Save game. We have no money. When we come back to this on Saturday, we're going to have to just sell a lot for a few days, which we can do. We're also getting close to unlocking what? At level 23, we can unlock the boxes. Now, in terms of extra stuff that I'm going to sell, again, I'm being picky. We're going to be selling all the cards. I'm not really going to sell the starter decks. Those are kind of whatever. Accessories, we're only selling these. I might sell dice at some point. It's only 4 things. I'm not going to sell the boxes. I'm going to sell this. I need to unlock this. I want to have 1 binder for everyone to buy. I'm not doing placemats or the manga. And we're only doing the plushies, which means I can also unlock this. Yeah. So how many items are we going to have total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'll start selling this eventually. So 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. So that 23 items is not bad for a small store. We will probably add dice in at some point. And if I do expand to something I wasn't planning on expanding to, it'll probably be the amiibos. I'm not going to touch the manga or the placemats. Or the starter decks. Yeah. Okay. Well, that'll do it for Trading Card Game Shop Sim.